Hello and welcome to the Lonestar Pack Break Store Championship in OP15. My name is Jake. You may also know me as Atrocious. Going to be here commentating this championship for you all today. Whether you're local or whether you're joining in, tuning in from afar. So excited to get off to this. This is post-ban. This is post-rotation OP15. The first couple days of it being legal for official championships. Gonna be exciting to see this one, and we're going to see who is going to be qualifying for the Bandai Card Fest Championship. So very, very excited to get in this one. Hopefully you are too. Thank you so much to everybody that's joining in, whether you're on the Lonestar Pack Breaks Twitch channel or the YouTube channel over on Atrocious TCG, and also especially if you're watching the VOD on YouTube. If you're watching this after the fact, I will have points, chapters, as you could say, in the pinned comment down below to signify when we start the tournament in the live stream, and also certain segments as well if you need to tune back in if you just catch a little bit of it or anything of the sort. But thank you so much as well to Lonestar Pack Breaks for letting me do this. I'm very excited to showcase a store championship. We've done this a couple times on the channel, and it's really cool to see one that is not local to Vegas as well on top of that. And especially if you're on YouTube, if you want to go check out Lonestar Pack Breaks' website to go support the LGS that is supporting our channel today, make sure to go check that out in the link in the description below. So going to be exciting in here. I think round one either has just been paired or is in the process of being paired right now. So we should be starting any second. So let me know how y'all doing today. Let me know who you think is going to win as well in this tournament. Thank you. I'm glad watching on your phone T cards has been good. Well, what's going on? What's going on? I'm actually being phoned in to the store championship for anyone who does not know. So I'm currently in Vegas right now in the home studio as we usually do. And they're phoning me into this. They're sending me the live feed, showing me the stream, the matches as they go on. So going to be cool. We also in the tournament today will have backup games associated. So we have two games that are basically being streamed at the same time. We'll watch one of them. And then if that ends really, really fast and we got time to jump into the other game, we'll go ahead and do that to get you guys the most games as possible right in this championship. Gonna try to have the least amount of be right back as possible. Yo, what's up, Nava Berries? Gun Sevenda, Real Shonen. What's good? What's good? Your boy Diego's gonna win. I hope there's a Vegapunk. Vegapunk would be very exciting. I'd be really curious as well with Vegapunk because, like, with the pair ban, because the pair ban is active, whether the Vegapunk players are taking Borsalino or Rayquaza as their option, because I personally think that deck wants to run Rayquaza, but I've heard a couple of people say that Borsalino is definitely pretty good. So I don't even know. Yeah. Ace taking it all. I think Ace is honestly like a pretty decent pick, especially for this format. I don't mind that pick. I think Ace still like a pretty good deck, especially with the EBO4 Zoro that's going on. The EBO4 Zoro is just like so good. And they run stuff like Distorted Future on top of that, which is going to be a really nice event, both with the counter and also the board control. Yeah, I feel like Sir Tim said that the deck needs Rayquaza as well. Like I'm on the boat that says Vegapunk needs to play Rayquaza, but yeah. So yeah, it looks like round one is about to be paired. Just getting a couple people in off the wait list, right? As you typically see in championships, the wait list is a nice way to be able to get into championships, and so is going to be good. It looks like we are just about to get underway in this one. Hopefully you're all having a good time. Thank you so much for joining me. If I hope we see a crocodile today, though. I know I was saying it in the description or in the chat. I'll say I was saying it in the chat earlier with some of y'all prior to the stream starting, but I'm a big fan of Crocodile. I just won locals the other day in a win-a-box with Crocodile, if you didn't see on my Twitter. So I'm a big fan of the deck. I mean, I was able to beat Purple Enel, Calgara, which was very, very scary, to be honest. Also, what else did I get in that one? I beat a Boa, another yellow deck, and then Green Bonnie. So very interesting. Did not face Lucy in that one. I feel like Lucy probably going to be a pretty good call in this tournament, as well as some of the top decks in the format, right? Like the Purple Enel, the Lucy, right? And then you've got some other strong contenders like Yellow Luffy, either one of the mono yellows and stuff. It's going to be exciting. He's talking over my commenting. Oh, from earlier in the stream. Whew. Hopefully you all are having an enjoying moment. There's so much stuff going on right now this weekend in terms of different championships and things like that, right? I don't know. Did anybody tune into Lille championships, the European championships that happened earlier? I plan on watching that at a later date. Did not stay up for it. But especially in the store championship weekend, right? There's plenty of them that are happening across the country right now. I know Las Vegas has a couple of them happening in the next couple days. We've got another championship happening tomorrow that's going to be on the channel. Very exciting times, I feel like. Oh, yeah, Real Shonen. Yeah. Some good stuff on there. Hopefully Croc has a good showing today, especially in OP15 with the new Luffy. The new Luffy is just so good, in my opinion. Just really makes a halt on some of the opponents, right? Being that 7K leader. It's going to be exciting. I think. But yeah, some of the other decks that I feel like you could expect in here. I feel like we could also like see an Emu poke around in here. I know, especially with the purple Enel matchup, right? That is definitely very, very difficult. But not only that, especially if you could just dodge a couple opponents, right, in a big 64-player tournament that we've got today. I mean, you can make a run for your money. And then you've got other really interesting decks like Red Green Luffy, you know, all these electrical Luna abusing decks that are run around. Even Draco Mihawk, even if they don't run electrical Luna, still a very good deck in my opinion. And it looks like we've got our round one pairing right here. Not 100% sure what the different players are or what they are running up against. I feel like I recognize this jersey over here on the left side. I feel like I saw this on Twitter the other day. Let's see. Looks like we got Purple Enel and Nico Robin. Ooh, Nico Robin going to be really interesting. Yo, what's up, Davio? How are you? Nico Robin, really curious, right? Especially with all the banish in the format, with some of the yellow decks that are still present even after the pair ban on Borsalino and Rayquaza, just makes it, especially, you know, even in non-yellow matchups, right, not being able to get that trigger, it's cards that other decks like Purple Enel not going to be able to put into their hand, right? Life is a resource for a lot of people, right? And so gaining cards in hand just gives you an advantage sometimes, especially if you can stabilize at a certain point. So going to be really curious to see. I don't know how this matchup goes, especially with Robin doing a lot of ramping, right? As Purple is an aggressive deck, can Robin kind of control that tempo in a sense? And especially when those big giant 6 costs come out of the field or onto the field, especially if it's a Thriller Bark version of Nico Robin, right? That would be great with those Peronas if you can consistently get those Peronas out on the field to prevent those 6 cost Enels for attacking. You can really build the wall in a lot of situations. I've also seen a lot of people talk about the 6 cost Luffy from the old Black Purple Luffy starter deck. Right, with that starter deck, being able to make your leader a 7,000 power leader prevents a lot of aggression from the Enel, right? Being able or having to force them to add even more Dawn means that a lot of these 6K pokes from the little 1-drops that they have are not going to be utilized, not going to be effective in there. And then especially with Robin being a yellow leader, right, in the introduction of stuff like 5 cost Borsalino, the 4 cost Zoro even. There's a lot of healing potential within this deck, and sometimes, especially as the long game goes on, Enel might not be super favorable, right? So I don't know how this matchup goes personally. It's just going to be as I see it, and it's going to be a good one, I'm sure. Especially with the ramping of Nico Robin to be able to get those bigger bodies out faster, especially like 7 cost Robin, right? That's going to be a big one, especially as an 8K body, going to be a lot to be able to nullify it with the different events, the Lightning Dragon event, right, that Enel can run. So looks like Enel keeping the starting hand, and looks like Robin over here mulliganing. Always got to make sure that you're ready to go. I'm trying to make sure that I read Robin's leader right, especially with that banish that is all the time. But remember, when attacking to get that ramp, you do have to trash a trigger card from your hand, and it ramps a Rested Dawn. Oh, I'll let my person know that, especially because both of us dyslexic, not noticing that. But that's a good catch. Thank you. Anyways, we are off in this one. Looks like Enel is going first in this match, right? Enel, if you do not, I don't even know how I would pronounce that, Eddie. if you do not know, Enel definitely wants to go first in most all matchups, I will say. So more than likely, I think winning the die roll there and choosing first going to be a good start, at least for this Enel player, especially with a one drop, whether that is a Charlotte Pudding Searcher or maybe one of the vassals, right? Satori, Gadatsu even, or Shura, to be able to draw some cards. Going to be nice to be able to cycle in, especially because on the second turn for Enel, whether he starts the turn before the dawn phase at either 0 dawn or 1, he's going to be able to hit 6 no matter what because of that incredible leader effect that he's got, right? Being able on that activate main, if it is your second turn, to ramp 1 dawn as active and then 4 as rested, and then attach 4 rested dawn to one of your characters. Really provides a lot of the aggression that this deck has as being the forefront of the OP15 meta, right? Is kind of the deck to beat, I would say, of this, and has the biggest target on its back even more than Lucy. Round 1 should be starting up in a second. Thank you all so much for joining me, especially for this Lonestar Pack Breaks Championship. One of the first days of store championships in the OP15 format. Going to be really excited. I know some store championships have already happened, right? Previously in the kind of weird OP14 post-rotation, post-pudding ban, but not post-Quasar ban in there. So I know that was a kind of an interesting like 1 week format that a lot of people were trying out in there, especially without the fear of pudding. But now we move on to 15. What's up, sir? How are you? And it looks like we're off in round 1. So going to be starting out in this one. Going to be starting out with an Ohm on that on play. Done -1 to draw a card. Makes it so nice, especially because the Enel deck is so good at cycling cards in hand, right? Pretty much all of the cards are going to net another card. So you never go net negative in a lot of situations. The Robin is going to start out with a Nami search. I believe that is the alternate 4-cost Zoro. I think it's a little hard to tell. I think it is the alternate art right there. That's going to be nice to just be able to heal 1 card. Even on the on play, you do have to trash a card from hand to be able to get that heal. The Satori is going to be on that on play. Dawn -1 to draw 1 card. And once again, going to be able to get to that 6 dawn. Probably going to go a couple different swings with the leader effect and the Ohm. So thinking about swing 5 or 6, I lead. I like the 5K pokes, just trying to get as much as possible, especially for Robin. Is going to go ahead with another Satori, just going to widen this board, now using leader effect to get 1 dawn as active, 1 as rested. Oh no, we're going into the Croc. Oh no, we're going back. We're going back. Okay, cool. Going to be having 1 dawn as active to be able to swing in at lead. No trigger from the Robin side as they took that 6,000 power swing. And we move on into Robin's turn. Now at 3 life, is going to be using that Nami to swing in at the Ohm. Do not want to have that try to board control with that power minusing. Now going in with a 5,000 power swing. Is going to go ahead and ramp after trashing that Silver's Rayleigh. And Enel is going to take that first life, go down to 4 to get 1. And with 4 life, we'll see if they play that Zoro on the field. They are. Now this is going to be 2 cards in hand within combination of the healing and also the ramping. So that's minimizing the hand size, but is going to try to elongate this game, get a nice body out on the field. Pitching a Gum Gum Giant is definitely interesting of a choice for our Robin player, but maybe you just maybe he has another one in hand or something of the sort. It is going to start off with a Satori swing and use that when attacking effect. Is going to reorder the top 2 and put it on the bottom. Does not need either of those cards. Now Nami getting that knockout right there is going to be nice to minimize the amount of swings on the board for the Robin player over here on the right side. And now going in with the 6 dawn is going to go with the secret rare Enel. On that on play, you look at the top 5 and grab any card you want. You do not have to reveal it since it does not look for anything specific. It now has to trash 1 card from hand on top of that after the search before we can continue on. One of the best cards in there. I think should have trashed a card unless they trashed Elthor, and maybe I missed it. The Enel does have to do that. So is going to go in now with the Mamaragon to be able, after the Lightning Beast Kitten, to minus the power. Mamaragon going in and resting. Now the Lightning Dragon freezing that Zoro is going to make it so Zoro not going to be able to swing at any of the bodies. Now Leader Effect coming in is going to re-ramp one done, get 4 onto the other Satori now for a 6,000 power swing. Reordering once again is going to have to ask for a card in hand. Is going to be a 2K out of the hand, and now another 6,000 power swing is going to take that life. No trigger yet again on there, and a big Enel on the board. I'm not 100% sure if it's a Thriller Bark package actually within this list. I don't know if we've seen that exactly yet, and Robin just going to try to focus on controlling the board, removing that Satori right there, and we'll see if he goes in now with a Robin. So Nico Robin, definitely a very nice card, is going to be able to trash 1 life to heal 2, trashing that Zoro right there. No trigger body is going to be a nice one to potentially play, especially if they're playing the OP15 Sky Island Robin, but is just going to try to stay at that 4 life as long as possible. So is going to look through the trash real quick just to make sure knowledge is utilized. Oh, what's going on right here? Oh, I think they were walking back the trash from the Enel. So trashing that from there and then going into the turn. Is going to start off with the Enel, and remember, after the search, you're going to have to trash 1 card. So that's going to be something that he needs to remember immediately after the search. Does find 2 blocker Enels and a Reiju. So going with the Reiju variant, a lot of people testing out different things. You got Alexander Gonzalez over playing the Frankie version that I know is very popular, but the Reiju version also very, very good, especially post-ban with Quasar and Borsalino. So is going to go ahead, grab 1 card, and pitch the Lightning Beast Kitten from the hand to fulfill that Enel effect. Is going to go Lightning Dragon once again to be able to stun a 6,000 power character. In that Zoro is going to just keep it rested and minimize the amount of swings that are going to come at him on this turn. Definitely love to see that as we go in with a 5K lead. Going to counter out of that one. Leader Effect now going to give a lot of Rested Dawn to the Satori. So now going in with that attack, sees a Gamma Knife, and I think another blocker, leaves that on top. I think putting the Gamma Knife maybe on top. So is going to take that life, and then with a 10,000 power swing is going to go ahead, take another one to throw it in the hand, is going to play the Satori and pass off the turn. So looking pretty good, still at 4 life, and especially with this Robin, right, being an 8,000 power character, is going to have to get some Dawn to be able to swing in at this Enel if he wants to get rid of it. So we'll see what he's got up his sleeve. If he goes with another heal card, he could go up to 3. Has a decent amount of cards in hand at this point, especially with all the healing and kind of the cycling, as you could say, from the trashing cards from Leader Effect. Don't necessarily need any ramping anymore as the Robin, so you don't need to use your Leader Effect too often outside of potentially like a... if you use Gum Gum Giant a couple times, but it's going to start out 7,000 power at lead. 7,000 power, pretty good number at Enel, right? Is going to force 2 cards out of hand, whether it's a Divine Departure in another card or potentially one of the counter events that Enel uses and another counter card, but is thinking about going down to 3. We'll see if he leaves the Satori alone on this turn, and is looking like he is going to go down to 3 with that banish, and the Vari is going to go into the trash. So no cards gained in hand for that. The Robin now going in at the Satori, and I kind of like directing the leader over at life just simply because you can get that banish swing, right, is kind of just more valuable in a sense if the Enel is running out of cards in hand. And with that 5-cost Borsalino alternate art blinging out the deck, even with the first couple weeks of OP15, Sage Mode Naldo is going to be going in and healing 1 life, going back up to 3, while also minimizing the board just a little bit more, especially once these Enel start coming in. They're going to be able to catch life left and right. So we'll see if he's got another Enel to be able to play out onto the field. Has a blocker one, which could be very nice, right? Especially with the blocker, you could minimize or negate one of the swings, an easy negate to the banish swing that Nico Robin could have, or potentially the 8-cost Nico Robin if they try to go in and swing at your board a little bit more, right? So I don't hate playing him down onto the field. So definitely a curious spot, right? Especially as you try to go in at life, right? The more times you swing at life, the more opportunities that Robin, now that you're sitting at 3 life or less, are going to be able to maybe trigger a Kiku Nojo or a different body onto the field. So that's something you got to think about, right? Is going to go ahead, play that 6-cost Enel, as I mentioned. And if he decides to go ahead and make that Enel a blocker, he is going to have to don -1 and then trash card from hand, right? Using the Lightning Beast or Lightning Dragon yet again. It's hard to remember all these different names. I believe this is best of 1. Jaeger, right, especially in these Swiss rounds, is going to go ahead, start off with the leader effect after playing that Lightning Dragon down to freeze that Zoro once again. Is just going to go Satori at lead, I believe, for 6,000 power, right? Fordon attached to the Satori is going to reorder that top 2, but is going to put it to the bottom of the deck, and then countering out of that one with a 2K Frankie, now going 6,000 power over at lead. Is just going to ask for another 2K in the hand, especially before these Enels start swinging. Might be going in, might try to counter out of this swing. We do have a couple Dawn open for potentially something like Gum Gum Giant. Gotta imagine that Borsalino more than likely going to be blocking one of these Enels. I'm not sure if it was like a bad idea to use Robin to swing at the Satori last turn, because like I understand why you would do it, right? You swing leader to try to get that banish swing in, does counter out of that swing. Now more than likely going to be blocking one and taking the other, if I had to take a guess. But as he takes this life, no trigger yet again. No triggers for this yellow deck for Sage Mode Nadalo. Is going to go in now with another swing after taking that first life, blocking, it looks like, with Borsalino. Maybe he's thinking about going down to 1. Especially with the Zoro as permafroze, essentially, is going to go ahead and block, minimize the amount of swings on Robin's side. So is going to go ahead, use that to be able to make him a blocker. Does have to don -1 and pitch guard from hand, as we saw in that sequence. Now passing off the turn over to Sage Mode Naldo. Still got a handful of cards in hand and a full 10 Dawn with some healing potential as well. I definitely think we're not running a Thriller Bark kind of engine with those stun Perona. So we'll see exactly what he can do. I don't know of many other ways outside of maybe something like Gamma Knife, right? Gamma Knife might be able to lower these Enels enough to be able to remove them off the field, but especially because that 6-cost SR Enel here on the near side for V over here on the left is going to be a blocker. That means either your leader or the Robin is going to get kind of stopped in that sense for the block, right, on the attack. So Feel like that Enel, especially making him a blocker, is going to be really nice to not get the banish swing. Is going to go ahead with the Wiper. So Wiper, one of the new cards in 15, is going to reveal that top life to be able to minus 2,000 power across the board and KO any 0 power characters. Is going to get rid of that Satori. Yeah, it says the October regional on the overlay, but that's not correct. Don't worry about that, monsters. Don't worry about that. Is going to go ahead now. These arrested secret rare Enel is going to be 8,000 power in total, and we still have 5 Dawn to work with. Gotta imagine that you leave up 1 or more with like Gum Gum Giants or something of the sort defensively to be able to maybe get out of attacks, but starts out with 6,000 power Banish Swing over at lead, and so is going to maybe go ahead and take it. Is just going to thumb through the trash a little bit. A lot of 2Ks already been utilized by Sage Mode Naldo. Gotta imagine how many does he have left at this point. So is just going to go with the block. Does not want to allow that Banish Swing to come in, but now is going to use Robin to swing 10,000 power and an 8,000 Enel, right? Especially with that minusing. So is going to go in that one and go ahead, use Mamaragon for plus 1,000 power, drawing a card, and is going to use a little bit of counter to get out of that attack and keep the Enel on the field. Now, just with 2 Dawn left open, is going to go back into V's turn. Now, especially because we have this Frankie in the life, right? It is our face-up life that we got. That Frankie is going to potentially be a trigger to draw 1 card and play him out on the field because you'll be at 1 or less life when you go into it. But especially with that draw, and you've already used so many 2Ks, is it worth it? Is the real question. I definitely think Enel in the driver's seat of this match. Not sure if there's Vegapunks yet. If I would imagine, maybe not, but is going to go with a pudding to find an event. Looks like it is going to be El Thor right there to be able to get into the hand. El Thor, great event within this deck off the arsenal. Is going to go ahead and utilize maybe, or maybe not. Doesn't want to utilize El Thor just as of yet. I feel like if you're the Enel, I think you just go in aggressive over at lead. You can't, you could use one of the events just to be able to Dawn -1 and then leader effect to play out a secret rare Enel. I feel like just playing another one of the secret rare Enels will be good, but no, just goes in, attaches 5 at lead and swings 11,000 power. I think going in at lead is not swinging at the Robin. Is going to go ahead and Gum Gum Giant out of this one, pitching the Zoro in hand to draw 2 cards. That's going to get him to 9,000 power. And with the 2K, that's going to be +2. Maybe actually swinging in at the Zoro on there. That would have been perfect math to go up to 12,000 power, actually. And now the Enel going in and swinging 10,000 power. I presume it's at lead. It could be at the Zoro because I think he swung at the Zoro on that last attack with the leader. Maybe just trying to go a little bit of board control to nullify the amount of bodies coming at him in the next turn. Still have 1 Dawn up for maybe like another Gum Gum Giant, but especially because another 2K is already out of the hand. Got to be running low on counter. I do see another Giant in the hand. It's hard to make out the other cards at this angle. Yo, what's going up, J-Con? So is just going to look through the trash yet again. It's always good to remember the board state, and we still have plenty of time in this match as well. And it feels like, especially with the hand sizes, right, the tides are going to turn here soon to indicate a winner in the coming turns, I would imagine. So is, oh no, that Enel secret rare swing was going in at live, so is going to get that trigger for the Frankie and draw 1 card, right? Filling up the hand, getting another body on board to apply pressure in some sort of way. We see the Gamma Knife in the hand as well for our player on the left side. Oh, Ryan, yeah, 10K swing. Yes, you're right. My bad on that. So it was ad leader. He's been going leader the whole time. I had my math incorrect. So it looks like El Thor is going to boost up the Enel by plus 1,000 power. Oh, and El Thor does not draw one of the cards. That's something that you got to know. And Mama Ragon being used right here just to be able to draw one card, right? So the game state doesn't necessarily change and is going to rest that Frankie because it rests a 5,000 power character. Got to remember, especially with this deck, the proper sequencing of the Enel deck. It's very specific, and you can't get rule sharked on it. Yeah, I would imagine that this is not a favorable matchup for Robin. It's probably a difficult one, but especially with the yellow. Yes, you don't draw off of El Thor, but we did draw one off of the Mama Ragon. So is going to go ahead and use Lightning Beast Kitten to minus 1,000 power, making Frankie a 4,000 power character. Now going to yet again use Lightning Dragon. I think that's the fourth Lightning Dragon that we've used to just keep the Zoro. Yes, well, yeah, he caught himself. There's no harm, no foul right now. And so now using leader effect to get back all that done and now attach it onto the blocker Enel. I wonder if he gets aggressive and just goes in and swings both of these bodies over at lead, especially if you don't plan on making the SR Enel a blocker. Is just going to go in and try to go in at lead in a 12,000 power swing, I believe. We got +1 from the El Thor as a 10K character and another one on the done. Yes, it is Atrocious, Purple Cow. How you doing today? Atrocious talking to you on stream. Lonestar Steven talking to you in chat. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for joining. So with this 12,000 power swing here, that's a lot to commit, especially on here. But is trying to go for an 11-14 route, basically. Or I'm sorry, a 12-14 route onto the Robin, especially with all the 2Ks in trash. You know, maybe has another Gum Giant, but is trying to say maybe you don't have the amount of counter to get out of both of these swings. So is going to take that life. Now the 14,000 power swing going in at lead is going to Gum Giant to go up to 9. Ooh, that's a pre-release winner, Zoro, that we see. 9,000 power. We'll see what he gets. That's a 2K, a 1-1, and it looks like 2 bricks. It looks like V is going to be going into the next round as 1-0, coming away with that win. Definitely was pretty interesting in there, right? And I think one of the big key things in that match specifically was keeping that Zoro neutralized, right? Constantly having that Lightning Dragon to be able to prevent a 6,000 power or less character from becoming active in the next refresh phase, really minimize the amount of swings that Sage Monaldo was going to be able to use to be able to pressure the board, especially with those little 1-drops that V was constantly playing on the field. Definitely a nice match right there. Definitely enjoyed watching that one. But yeah, I would imagine Purple Enel probably favored in that one if I had to take a guess, just with his aggression, right? And Robin having to trash a lot of cards from hand from either like leader effect or the 4-cost Zoro, right? To be able to heal. But we saw some of the things that were very, very nice. Both of these stream matches are going to be done for this round as when you get the chance, Steven, go ahead and fix my name. I don't know how easy it is for you right now, but when you get the chance, no worries, no worries. Thank you so much for joining me. I am Atrocious TCG, if you do not know, here on the stream. And thank you so much again, Lonestar Pack Breaks. You're good, Steven. You're good. I'm having a great time right now. Thank you so much to Lonestar Pack Breaks for allowing me to stream this championship here for you right now on the channel. Love having another store championship. Well, we replaced the U. Yeah, we replaced the U with an I. Yeah. Or replace the I with the U. Yeah. But I hope everybody's having a good day. Thank you so much. Enel definitely is one of the more powerful decks in format. Yo, Big Don Krieg winning it today, Casey, you think? I would be shocked. I'll give you $5 at locals if Don Krieg wins the whole thing. I'll give that to you. I'll give that to you. But yeah, Purple Enel definitely one of the decks to beat in this tournament. I would imagine, I mean, especially post-ban, I would say it's just the best deck, right? Especially if you win the die roll, you get to go first. You're already, when you go first, just so favored in a lot of different matchups, just simply because of that. Going to be crazy to see as this tournament progresses, right? We'll try to get you a variety of matches as well within this tournament, right? Especially, you know, if you watch some of the other tournaments, you know, you kind of see a lot of the same decks running around. We've got a fair variety, right? Giving you Nico Robin in round one. Definitely something you love to see. This is in Texas for anyone who does not know. Lonestar pack breaks over in Texas. I'm being phoned into the championships because I am still in my home office here in Las Vegas, if you can't tell. So appreciate Lonestar letting me do this. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Going to be good. If I was playing today, I would have played Crocodile. But I'm actually like really curious about Calgara, right, in the championships, because I faced a Calgara the other day at locals, just starting, you know, playing in an OP15 box tournament, and it's been really interesting to think about more and more with Calgara, right, as someone or a leader who didn't necessarily, I mean, they definitely played Borsalino pre the pair ban, but I don't think all Calgaras played the Quasar help, right, in combination with Borsalino. So the deck not necessarily changing as much, I'll say. So going to be curious to see how that deck maybe evolves in these championships. Don Krieg, I know, exciting some members of the chat over there. Yo, Cribs, what's good? What are your thoughts on the new red green Luffy ace leader? I'm pretty keen to build it, but what tier do you think it'll sit? If you actually, that's a great, I don't know if you're a paid actor right now, Cribs, but first of all, welcome on in. But I actually put out a video early this morning, Chad, for talking about different deck lists that I've been seeing from Japanese players of the red-green Ace and Luffy leader. Starter deck 30 just released the other day out in Japan. We're not going to be getting it until June, mid-June, so it's going to be a little bit for us. But if you want to get some first looks at what the deck lists look like, because I do think it's a very interesting deck. I just put out a video showing like 10 or so deck lists that I found online of that deck. So I think that the deck is really interesting. I don't think it's like meta defining or anything like that, but it's also very hard to tell, right? Because since we don't get it until this summer, around when like OP16 releases, there are going to be, I'll take $20 of my PayPal. Thank you. Since we're not going to get it until like OP16 later this summer, it's a little hard to tell because like, since the leader is Impel Down, Straw Hat Crew, and also Whitebeard Pirates, right? In OP16, some of the stuff in the mono red ace deck or mono red ace section of the set might be included in the starter deck when it releases in OP16, or maybe the blue green Impel Down or Straw Hat Crew cards from the blue green Luffy leader that comes in, right, for the support of that deck. Maybe that gets shoved in to the deck. So it's a little hard to tell right now where it's going to fit in our meta when we get it in OP16. But in Japan, at least right now in OP15, I think it's a viable deck. I think it's a cool deck and very unique, right? Mainly playing a lot of like 6,000 power characters, but it's not like meta defining or anything like that. I think I've only seen like one or two different versions of the deck win like a standard battle or anything like that. Haven't seen one win a flagship as of yet, and it might just be that I've been too busy, not scrolling Twitter enough to be able to find it. But I definitely think it's a really cool deck, and I'm excited to like see it more played and stuff like that. But yeah, for anyone who does not know, Lonestar pack breaks over in Carrollton, Texas. So I was hoping maybe next time I can get out there and do it. But this time, not in the cards, at least for right now. So I super appreciate them letting me Discord in and giving me a live feed to be able to stream this championship. But yeah, thank you so much to everybody joining. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure to go ahead. If you're on YouTube, like the stream and also subscribe to the channel. We'll have more store championships later this weekend as well. If you want to go check out more. And we just did the first round of this championship, so we got a long way to go to be able to get to the finish one of this. So sit back, relax, grab some popcorn, maybe grab a drink, some food as well, because we got a lot of game to be able to go in this one. Hoping you see the new Lucci, but it's so bad. Yeah, I would imagine, like, personally, I would not play Rob Lucci unless it was extra regulation. I'm actually really curious about the extra regulation format and specifically Rob Lucci because, like, not only do you get really, really nice cards in EBO4, but on top of that, Great Eruption, Ice Age, Ennis Lobby, getting unbanned for that is pretty solid. I'm really curious about that. And then also Red Yellow Bonnie. How do I feel about Red Yellow Bonnie, the new live action Croc support? I really love the live action Croc support, which is really, really nice. Red Yellow Bonnie, I think, is another one of those like good viable decks that you can play in the format. Good viable decks within the format, but it doesn't push it over the edge as like a top meta contender. It definitely feels like one of those decks. It definitely feels like one of those decks, though, that if you don't know how to play against it, you will struggle into it, right? Because they constantly become like a 9,000 power leader. They're playing these different cards like the 10 cost Luffy, stuff like that. So I think it's a really interesting deck, especially because the leader allows you to just take that life whenever you want, basically. I think it's really, really cool. Is the video only a little out of sync? It might be a little bit out of sync. Like my voice might be getting to you all and then the video is slowly catching up. That's just the thing that happens when you got to like Discord in sometimes in these situations. But so long as everything sounds good, right? That's the big key. That's really what we're trying to go for, I think, right now. So let us know if there's any issues or anything of the sort. You like the new route where they're going with Lucci trash power? Just needs more support for that strat. Yeah, I think they're just trying to... I really feel like Bandai is pushing black in this direction to where like we're never going to see the like prime Lucci or Sakazuki kinds of decks ever again. Because a lot of these black decks that are coming out, like Emu, like Crocodile, right, and even Yamato coming out in OP16, they're all like different. They're all like super unique ways to play black, right? Black as an identity, like black's identity is changing within the game to where it's not like the Sakazukis or Lucci where you're like hardcore based removal and stuff like that. It's really interesting to see where they're taking the game in that way. And I mean, I don't hate it. I don't know if I love it either, just because, well, we'll just see how it works out. But yeah, switching Lucci in that direction to be like more of a trash buildup kind of deck for power on like the new EBO for SR is an interesting twist to it, I think. Why do you never see Lucy be played? I don't know why you're not seeing Lucy be played, because Lucy is like a top 3 deck, I feel like, in the format right now. You just might not have anybody in your local area or something playing Lucy. I will say a lot of people don't like playing Lucy because sometimes it just kind of feels linear in a sense. And especially with a lot of green popping up, green kind of counters Lucy a little bit, right? So that might be another thing. If you're expecting a lot of green decks, maybe you don't really want to play Lucy. You're maining Brook and Croc. I know. I have it right here, chat. I have my almost fully alted Croc deck ready to go for locals. The only thing I'm missing is a playset of... Oops, that's not it. I thought I saw it. Is a playset of Ground Deaths. I don't have those as of yet. But other than that, I have got a fully altered Croc deck, which I absolutely love. So that's really, really nice. I'm a big fan of it right now. Yeah, I like Lucy too. I think Lucy is a really interesting deck, right? Being able to manipulate all those different events for so many different situations, I think is pretty cool for the deck. Of course, Benjamin. Yeah. And it looks like we're about to get round 2 set up here on the stream. Thank you all so much for joining me. Yo, what's up, Squash? Squash, I saw you in the Red Bull stream earlier, I'm pretty sure. How you doing today? But yeah, going to be curious. I don't know what the pairings are, chat. I'll know exactly when you guys know in terms of the of what the matchup is and whatnot. But that should be coming up here in a second. They went back to Nami because they like how complex it is. I don't know if I would call Nami like overly complex. It's a very, very good deck. I will say very strong, especially being a 7K leader is very good against Enel specifically. But I don't know. I don't know about complexity. I feel like Enel is what we would call a complex deck, in my opinion. Yo, Copenhagen Krieg at the moment. Hey, Casey. I don't know if Casey is still in chat. We got another Krieg fan for you in the chat. That's multiple Krieg fans. Man, if I had $1 for every Krieg deck that I had in chat, I'd be able to get a soda. Thoughts on Black Yellow Moria? I really like Black Yellow Moria. I think it's kind of one of those rogue decks that I would, if I were to choose rogue decks that I would most likely expect to see within a tournament, Moria would be one of those. I think, especially if you're a player like Absur or Renee, where you have put hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games within the deck, or even Ikailakai, right? Ikailakai played Black Yellow Moria to a recent championship. I think it was a 3v3, I believe it was. If you're any like of those players that just grind so many games within that deck, the ability for Moria to just really hurt your opponent's brain just because of how they have to attack you and the different numbers that can go is so good, right? Yeah, double heal is so nice, right? Especially with doing something like the 4-cost Zoro and using leader effect on the when attacking to heal one. It's so sick in my opinion. I have a friend that thinks he swears by Black Yellow Moria, but he goes ahead and plays Nami or Lucy half the time instead of Moria. He thinks he's a true Moria fan, but I know he's not. Yo, what's up, Stuart? No, give yourself a little bit more credit than that. Give yourself a little bit more than that. Yo, love you, Raphael. What's going on? How are you? Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it, chat. Round 2 should be paired here in a bit, chat. Hope you're all having a good day. Thank you so much for joining me. I know there's a lot of other places that you could be right now, right? But I appreciate your attention being here. It's good to see y'all. It's good to see y'all. Ooh. Chat, does anybody plan on playing in their own store championships this weekend? And if so, what are you planning on playing? I was originally actually signed up for multiple store championships this weekend. I was going to play in a couple different store championships, but when Lonestar reached out to me about streaming their store championship, and then Zulu Board Game Cafe for tomorrow's store championship, when I got both of those, I was like, you know what? I'm going to drop those and stream instead. Thoughts on Blackbeard in the meta? I think Blackbeard's position, James, is a little bit worse than where it was before on the pair ban, just simply because you really wanted you really wanted more yellow players, right? Especially with the pair ban, there's a little bit less of yellow players, right? Because it did get that ding on that loop. So it is definitely a hurting point, but it's definitely one of those decks, like I was talking about with red, yellow bonding, to where if your opponent just doesn't know how to play against it, it's going to be huge. And look at that, chat. We have black, yellow Moria and green, purple Luffy. Oh, so green, purple Luffy, one of the biggest winners of the pair ban, right? Has a huge surge within this format. Is going to be such a cool deck to be able to watch within this one, especially getting new cards like 6-cost Brook is going to be a huge help with it, alongside the different freezing effects that are probably going to be very impactful within this matchup, right? Electrical Luna, I know you're strong, so I'll go off from the very start. Probably going to put in a ton of work, but can it survive Black Yellow Moria's potential to heal? So is going to be very interesting. I don't know how this matchup goes, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. I love that we've got two unique matchups to start the first two rounds of this tournament. Going to be exciting to see this one. So Chad, leave your guesses in the chat, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. Let me know who you think is going to win this round. Let me know. Let me know. If I had to take a guess, I don't know. I feel like honestly, Black Yellow Moria could maybe sneak out this win, just simply because you can stun a lot of their, especially with triggers. Like you can, if you set up perfectly enough, especially like with an 8-cost Gecko Moria, to be able to, put Kumasi in life, and you got Perona set up in trash, when they go ahead and swing maybe like a rush Luffy for maybe multiple attacks, you can go in and just use the Perona and negate the second attack, right? Especially if they go ahead and use that when attacking effect to be able to, what was I about to say in this one? I lost my train of thought all of a sudden. Especially if the Moria, especially if like the secret rare Luffy on that when attacking uses the effect to restand and has to take a life. So gonna be crazy. Also, well, Zaldo, how you doing today? Maximo, how are you? Eddie, what's good? We're all winners if we're having, it's the friends that we made along the way. Try some Borsas on Morio 2. Looks pretty good on 2 copies to avoid breaking the consistency of triggers. I don't mind Borsalino in this deck. I just feel like you don't need it, to be honest. GP gets aggressive, triggers come out rested, so they get stunned. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that's another good point, Eddie, right? If you play a lot of these characters as rested off the trigger, something like I Know You're Strong or Electrical Luna going to be able to freeze them. So I think that's a really nice component as well. Yeah, but Maxim, are they even running boas? Like, is Abster running 9-cost boa right now, chat? But yeah, burning life to, like, forcing them to take life to be able to push for game later is going to be really big. Yeah, I think Perona is going to be a very key card. I think something like Electrical Luna and I Know You're Strong going to be very key cards within this. Yeah, this is going to, I hope this is an exciting game, chat. This is going to be solid. We got Oreo and Sam Goose. Couple pretty good names, I will say, in the on the stream table today. And again, if this game goes quick, we will go to the other game if it's still going. Not sure who's going first in this one, but looks like Sam Goose on Gecko over here on the left side, mulliganing. Boza Forov in there. Well, I feel like I've seen some people, and I don't know if it's correct. I don't have the testing in with Moria. I feel like I've seen a fair amount of people not really play Boa in their Gecko builds. But maybe that was only pre-ban. Maybe now post-ban, you definitely want to play it. GPP, yeah, if GP plays stage, that's going to be another big card within this one, being able to cost manipulate. And looks like GP going to be starting out with a Nami, that EBO2 Searcher Nami, going to be able to find a Straw Hat Crew kind of card. Looks like it's going to be Sanji and Pudding. Definitely some of the bread and butter that you're going to need as GP Luffy within this, especially once you start hitting 5. So looks like Gecko is going to be starting out with a Lilith. It's not a Hogback or a Sindri, but it is going to be able to look at that top couple cards to be able to find a card with Trigger on it. And as a Gecko deck, as most of your cards have Trigger, it's going to be interesting to see what he grabs. The whole world's at his fingertips. If he's running 9-cost Boa, even though it's not Thriller Bark, going to be able to be grabbed off of here. 8-cost Gecko, but looks like Absalom is the card of choice to grab. Absalom, going to be a nice card. So as one Don left, does have another 1-drop to play. This is going to be a nice start from Gecko, especially with this Hogback. Is going to be able to mill that top 5. So is going to be a couple Sindris and an 8-cost Gecko. I don't think was the greatest of mills that we've ever had, right? No Peronas. And I think had a black 4-cost Hogback from OP06, but not a yellow OP14 Hogback. And so is going to go on his second turn now with the Nami, pointing out how he has one alternate Nami and a regular Nami right there. The regular Nami, still like a $10 rare, chat, if you don't have it. Is going to find that double attack Luffy. Double attack Luffy might be a nice card within this matchup, right? To be able to get 2 life at once, especially against a deck that does a lot of healing in this. So still has 2 Dawn left and is going to go ahead for that too. Maybe a 2-cost Nami is going to go ahead and do that with PRB. Just all of the different Namis that we've got. Yeah, that mill, I don't think that was the best mill that the Gecko could have had. And so is going to find a Zorodro. Zorodro is going to be very nice within the next turn, right? Especially when you go ahead. Actually, if you play 5-cost Sanji Pudding on your 5 Dawn turn, you're not going to be able to play down a Zorodro because you'll have only 3 Dons. So curious to see how he plays out these next couple turns. Gecko is going to go ahead and are you going to use Leader Effect first? Thought about it at first. Is going to go ahead and use Leader Effect plus 1,000 the entire board, and on KO draw 1 card. So this Liv now going to be a 3,000 power character. I don't think he would go in and swing with it on his 4 Dawn turn, right? Especially because he maybe wants to play the Absalom. It does have a Hogback on the field. The 4-cost Hogback could be nice for the on KO effect that he's got. I mean, he's either tapping out all of his Dawn on this turn, or he's going to go in and looks like just going to go with the 7,000 power swing ad lead. GP Luffy taking that life, putting it in the hand, and the Absalom being played down onto the field. I like the Absalom, right, being played onto the field. It's going to be just a nice 5K base body, especially as you can try to get them as low as possible in the life at this point, right? Getting them down to 3, swinging 7, try to ask for 2 cards out of hand. But is going to go with the 5K swing over at lead, is going to be a 1K Hogback to get in the trash. And now Sanji Pudding coming down onto the field. Interesting. Here's the thing to know, chat. Oreo playing the regular art of Sanji Pudding. When you're playing decks, right, and you're doing searches, what he should have done, in my opinion, is play the alternate art version that he searched for, because now Sam Goose knows that Oreo has another Sanji Pudding in the hand right now. So after the 5K swing is going to go with the Leader Effect to KO the Absalom, and on KO searches the top 3 for a Thriller Bark. I think that's a Perona if I see correctly. So can go ahead, play that down right now to prevent that Sanji and Pudding from being able to swing in the next turn, and still has the leader swing to be able to utilize. It's just going to go 6,000 at lead right after using Usohachi to counter earlier. Is going to go ahead and take a life and now swing 5 over at lead because of that plus 1,000 power boost. The 3-cost Robin going off, and it looks like Gecko just in a very solid spot right now, right? Even though Sanji Pudding was established in the last turn, just not a lot of swings coming in at him, and still at 4 life right now. He's setting up the trash pretty nicely, as well as still has a pretty healthy hand size. Is going to go in right in with that Luffy right there. Luffy going to be able to restand for Dawn on that on play effect. And now with that rest of the Dawn, I believe, is going to get a Sanji putting that alternate out onto the field because they're tied on Dawn, is going to go ahead and restand or bring back. Actually, no, they were tied on Dawn. So he does get to draw one card right there and then still has leader effect to be able to utilize, right? Because the Gecko being on a 6 Dawn turn. Oreo was also at 6. Wait, Ryan, am I crazy? So yeah, if the number of cards on your field is equal to or less than the number on your opponent's field, draw one. Or maybe they're talking about last turn, potentially. Maybe he drew on the last turn. Maybe I missed it. So our judge staff sorting it out right there. Yeah, I think maybe the conversation is that he drew off of the first Sanji pudding. So thank you to our judging staff for trying to show. I think since it was an extra card maybe drawn, just revealing it to both players. Can't play Sanji pudding. You're right, chat. That's right. The Luffy stipulation, if you do not know, I kind of totally forgot about this Luffy, the Luffy stipulation. I haven't played with this card enough. I need to play more red-green Luffy. If you do not know on that on-play effect, even though you get to stand a bunch of Dawn, you cannot play a character with a base cost of 5 or more during the turn for the rest of the turn. So if he goes in and maybe plays the Zorojuro that he has in hand, I believe he searched earlier with the Zorojuro, he would be able to search instead of just simply drawing a card. But yeah, no, I don't think the I don't think he can play that Sanji pudding on the field right now. But we'll see if the judging staff gets involved at this point. But anyways, we're just going to continue on till the judging staff maybe intervenes a little bit. Yeah, he can't play Sanji pudding at all. So Sanji pudding should not be on the field. I think they're going to have to walk this game back. I think they're going to need to walk the game back before it can be played. It just can't be played at all, right? So it's an easy fix if you have if you have cards that you knew that you drew and stuff like that, and you can replay the Dawn to be able to do it. But yeah, you can't play that at all. But if you played the Zorojuro on the field, then you would be able to search a little bit and establish a body. You would still have all the active Dawn. But yeah, they're gonna need to walk it back. The judge coming in. Shout out judging staff yet again. It's something we can walk back though, Chad. It's something we can walk back. It is definitely a big mistake. But we caught it relatively early. Right? This is definitely walk backable. So yeah, because we know that he tried to draw off of the Sanji pudding effect, we know that he started out the turn with 6 Dawn, right? And then played the 6 cost Luffy. He would restand 4 Dawn. It's not unprofessional, Patrick. It's literally just following the rules of the game. But Sir Caliber, why can't he play it? So when you play the secret rare Luffy, you restand the Dawn, but it says that you cannot play a character with a base cost of 5 or less onto the field. So yeah. And it's one of those things too, yeah, especially when you're on stream, and we're streaming it and stuff like that. So yeah, it looks like they walked it back right here, right? I think he should have 1 less Dawn. I think he should be at 6 Dawn right now. He should be at 6 Dawn. But regardless, he should still have 4 active Dawn, but he should only have 6 in total, I believe. Right now he's at 7. But can tap this 4, right, to go ahead and play Zorojuro. So there we go. Zorojuro able to play because it is a base cost of less than 5. So now we go in. Now the game state pretty much fixed. The judge will give a time extension. Yeah, especially with nerves and stuff. You know, you start out 1-0 in a championship. You're being live streamed. Things happen, right? Things happen. Mistakes are made. But as long as both players are following to the judge rules. Oh, both players confirmed that they started the turn at 7 dawn. Okay, never mind then. If both players confirmed that they started at 7 dawn, I am crazy. And now board state is totally correct, chat. See, easy fix, easy walk back, easy walk back. So after using leader effect and becoming a 6,000 power leader, they are going to go in with a 5K swing over at lead and then go in now using that 2K on the Kumasi to get out of the leader attack. So now has 1 Dawn left as active, maybe for a Gum Gum Giant or I Know You're Strong, is going to go ahead and get rid of the Nami right there. And so now using the leader effect to KO the Perona is going to prevent that double attack Luffy from being able to attack within the next turn. So that's going to be a really nice one right there, right? You're going to want to loop Perona as many times as possible to be able to keep that Luffy from being able to attack. So now the Gecko Moria is being played out onto the field. This is going to get a 4 cost onto there and is going to go with the Perona yet again to keep that Sanji Pudding stunned on top of that, right? Getting the double stun effect so both characters cannot attack till the end of the opponent's next turn. Is just going to go with a 6K over at lead because we use leader effect to KO one of our Thriller Bar characters on the last turn. So now Mamba Ragon is going to be able to draw 1 card in that plus 1,000 power as a 6K leader because GP Luffy used his leader effect on the last turn, is going to get him to 7,000 power and pass off the turn. Now, only a couple swings available to our GP Luffy right here. Sitting at 8 Dawn, has a couple different options. Now he can play another Sanji Pudding if he wants to on this turn. Since he's at 8 Dawn, he would be able to draw a card off the Sanji Pudding. It looks like he is going to do that. You do... Oh, no, you don't have to play off a character on the field. I forgot the Nami was KO'd last turn, so he's going to do that draw. So still has 3 Dawn to work with, but starts out with leader effect, especially because now we have 2 Sanji Puddings out onto the field, are going to be able on that Dawn -2 to re-ramp the 2 as well as restand 2 Dawn as active. Has 7 Dawn, I believe, now active in total. So with 7 Dawn in total, probably want to try to play like another character over this PRBO2 Nami, right? Just try to flood the board as much as possible with a bunch of attacks. Even though Gecko can prevent the attacks from a lot of different characters with the Perona, you're going to need to be able to pressure as many times as possible, right? Minimize the hand on the Gecko, and is going to go with another Luffy, restanding 4 more Dawn. That's going to be nice to play out another one. Probably just going to utilize the rest of the Dawn, maybe to swing with Zorojuro and try to get another life. Maybe leave up a bunch of Dawn for potential ton of different counter events. It's got about 5 Dawn, I believe, left as active. He's resting 5. It can't be for a character. Oh, no, it's just going to be 4 for the Zorojuro. Maybe I miscounted on the amount of Dawn, but Zorojuro playing over the other Zorojuro. Wait, did he swing with that Zorojuro? Did I miss that? But anyways, going in for a search for a purple Straw Hat Crew kind of card. Is going to go ahead with a 2K Uso Hachi. Getting a 2K in hand, leaving 1 Dawn as active, especially with the 6K leader is going to be easier to get out of some of these different attacks. Now Gecko had a full 10 Dawn turn. He did not swing. Interesting. I feel like I would have swung with the Zorojuro before playing down the other one. That's just me. Try to get another card out of hand. I know that you're kind of worried about a trigger body potentially, but like, you got to pressure, right? At a certain point, you can't turtle forever. So starts out with the 6,000 power swing at lead. Might have another 8-cost Gecko to play out onto the field. Go ahead, use leader effect to KO the Perona to keep that Luffy that's upside down to not be able to attack within the turn. And if another 8-cost Gecko comes down, it's going to be another one. So is on that swing, is going to heal a life on the 6,000 power attack, trashing 3 cards in hand. So now that 8-cost Gecko, as well as he 1Ks out of it, that Gecko is going to be an 11,000 power character as the Boa comes in. So the Boa is going to put the Gecko to 5 life. Is not a Perona to stun this other double attack Luffy, but is going to put the GP Luffy onto 1. Oh, I'm sure he's nervous. I mean, I'd be nervous too if I was on stream. I don't fault anybody for nerves personally. I've been around like professional sports and things enough through my like professional life, and I've been around card games enough that being on stream is a whole different level. So on that attack from the 11,000 power Gecko is going to go Gum Gum Giant to be able to go up to 10,000 power. We know the Usohachi in hand is going to go up to 12, so is not going to be able to lose any more life, does not want to go down to 0 at this point, and is staring at 2 gigantic bodies. Would be really interesting. I think the Sanji Pudding can swing. Yes, correct. It's just that top side secret rare Luffy is not going to be able to swing. Yes, did unstun the other Sanji Pudding, did clarify with Sam that he was correct in restanding it. Good job, both players maintaining board state throughout this game. Always got to make sure, and especially with the low hand size of Gecko, right? Only 2 cards in the hand. This is where maybe you want to just go in with like a 2-turn KO situation, right? You may not get the win on this turn, but if you can go in and put him down to low life on this turn, you've got a very nice board, right? If you can protect either this 1 life that you have or the board on the field, you could maybe go in the next 2 turns to try to get the win right on this low hand size with the Gecko. Especially with the double attack Luffy, right? You'll be able to get 2 life on 1 swing if it does connect. So especially now going 10,000 over at lead, leaving with 5 Dawn left, is going to take that, is going to go ahead and take the 2 life. No trigger on the first one, but is thinking about a potential trigger on the second one. Looks like is going to play a Perona there. Does trigger, I can't tell exactly what it is. It looks like an 8-cost Gecko maybe? Yeah, 8-cost Gecko trigger, getting the Perona is going to nullify one of the attacks on the Sanji Pudding. You still have Zorojuro, you still have leader. I would have maybe swung 9,000 power just to potentially showcase the possibility of like a restand Luffy, the other secret rare from EBO2. But still putting him down to 3 life. You'll love to see it with a couple different swings left from the Sanji Pudding, Zorojuro, and also the Luffy. The 7,000 power swing also connects, getting him down to 2. And so with 5 Dawn left, is just trying to put himself in a position to where he's got enough Dawn and enough counter to survive within the turn, or maybe keep his characters alive and go in. Just a 6,000 power swing at lead. I would have liked to swing the 6,000 before the 7 in this situation, but you do get a card out of hand on that 2K from the Kumasi. You still have your leader to be able to swing with. And is going to tap forward, maybe play another Zorojuro just to be able to search yet again. So what are you trying to look for right now? Maybe a little bit of counter, I would think. There's a 2K right there. That's some good counter. Got a pretty healthy hand size, I feel like. Now using leader effect to restand 2 Dawn and bring back 2 from the Sanji Puddings is going to be at 6 or 5 Dawn in general. My apologies. Still can't play that secret rare EBO2 Luffy, but that's fine. You probably want to have it on turn 4 when you're going in at lethal. Is thinking about maybe attaching a ton of Dawn to the leader and going in with the swing. if he attached 3 Dawn, would be a 9,000 power swing, and it looks like he is going to go for 9, is going to take that life. No trigger body, only 4 cards in hand, and we'll see as the Gecko goes into his next turn. Has the potential to maybe double heal, right, with something like a Borsalino and leader effect, especially with 5 cards in hand. You could even do Zoro and leader effect, but then you'd expose yourself. Is going to go 7 or 6,000 power at lead. My apologies. Is just going to be a 2K Sanji to get out of that. Now the on KO effect of the leader is going to be able to stun that Luffy and plus 1,000 power to both of these characters on the field. The 6,000 power swing now going at lead. All depends on what is in his hand, Frozen Archer. So it looks like it is going to be another Sanji countering out of that one. And it looks like Boa going to be coming in. So Boa is going to be a nice heal. Now these swings coming in. We'll see if the 11,000 power swing ends up connecting. He does have to get out of both of these attacks with these 2 different swings. We already saw a couple 2Ks leave the hand. We'll see if this is enough. Going to be 2 11,000 power swings. I know you're strong is going to be +3 and another +3 right there. With no Dawn left, it's going to have to be like all 2Ks to get out of it. Is 2-2 and a 0. Not going to be able to get out of that attack. Only going up to 10,000 power. Was very, very close. Did have that rush Luffy, but maybe drew it off the turn, right? Or something of the sort. Didn't maybe have it in the last turn. Gecko going to be winning in that game. Definitely a close one, I will say. In the healing, as you saw with Gecko, definitely is annoying. And especially if you can get that Perona constantly looped onto the field, right? Either with the Hogbacks, Kumasi triggers, or even the 8-cost Gecko to neutralize a very threatening body like that secret rare double attack Luffy. That's going to be a big deal. What brand of sleeves do you recommend for One Piece theme sleeves? I would recommend the official One Piece sleeves, right? Like both players are using. You see that one player, his Dawn, the Oreo on the left, his Dawn sleeves are the Yamato sleeves. Those are official One Piece sleeves. And then the Gecko player running with the Gecko sleeves on the left side. Those are both pretty good in my opinion. I like to, if I run those, I like using over sleeves like Dragon Shield clear over sleeves to be able to showcase them without damaging as easily those sleeves. But it's a great thing, and plus you can use them officially in tournaments, especially if they're One Piece themed. Oh, but Chad, thank you so much for going in. Looks like our second table is done, so we're going to go back to me here in a hot second. Can't comprehend this game from side view. Takes longer to compute for you. No, that's totally understandable, PV. What I will say about card games and tournaments in general is that it's very hard to understand. It's very hard to understand, especially if you're not used to watching it. Maybe you're like relatively new to a card game, whether it's your first card game or maybe a game that you've not really had experience playing before. Card games are inherently not easy to watch. Because it is difficult. I will agree. It is difficult from especially the side view to actually understand like what's going on. So that's why, like personally in my casting, I try to gear my casting to make it easy for players to understand, you know, talking about a lot of the different effects that are going on within a turn and stuff like that. Got any OP15 leaders outside of Enel being played? I'm not 100% sure because I'm home in Las Vegas, whereas this tournament is being held in Texas. Shout out Lonestar Pack Breaks for supporting the channel and letting me stream their championship from all the way out in Texas. Beautiful 64-man tournament, by the way. Going to be nice after round. Is that round 2? Chat? I think that was round 2, right? Am I crazy? Yeah, appreciate it, PV, and I hope you're enjoying. Yeah, that was round 2. Thank you, Steven. My producer, my technical man, my goat, telling me that it was round 2. I need to like keep on a notepad what round it is for me personally. But what was I going to say? But yeah, I hope you're enjoying the One Piece card game. It is very fun, and I mean, I wouldn't make it my main game here on the channel if I didn't love it with all my heart and soul. Do you think the game is well balanced now? Could you name 3 things that you would change? It's really hard to tell because I'm going to be so honest right now. Even though I've been playing card games for like 8 years now, I do not have experience within game design, right? That it is very different from having game design experience to actually playing the game. There's 64 players in the tournament today, James. So I don't know. I can't give you an actual definition of what I think should be changed in terms of the game, but I do find it really interesting, and I'm honestly personally not a huge fan when, and you've heard, I feel like people, you may have heard other like high level players and stuff say this. I'm not typically a fan of when a new deck comes out in a set and the whole package is within that set, right? I like when leaders like Red Green Luffy, for example, or GP Luffy, right, is another great example where like as sets release, more stuff gets added into it to make it a more viable deck within the format, you know? So that's what I would say. But I do appreciate how like, you know, the meta has constantly been changing, even though we've gone in this style to where like all these packages are geared in the same spot for each set. Like almost all of Enel is in the same set. All of Lucy is in the same set, right? All of Crocodile was in the same set. I will say that we have gone to like vastly different formats, right? In OP13, you know, it was like a tier 0 format where you play one of 3 decks, and that was pretty much it. You know, in OP14, it was a little bit more of a jungle, even though a lot of brand new decks came out. In OP15, even though it is still somewhat of a jungle, right? There's a lot of viable decks right now. It's kind of a mix between the two of like, Purple Enel is like definitely the top deck within the format, right? That's in my top 3. Lucy in my top 3. The third place deck, I think, just depends on what the meta is, right? Because I think Nami, Mihawk are very, very good decks. I think there's a lot of spots that you could put in that third place spot. So I don't know exactly on that one, but this is a way different of a kind of jungle format than what we had in OP14. So I don't know if I wouldn't say that I don't like dislike what's going on in the game design right now, because if I disliked what's going on in the game design, I would probably not be playing the game, right? Or I would probably be adhering my attention to other ways. But because like I'm trying to broadcast to you like all these different tournaments and things like that, I like it. So it's good. It's good. It's probably not perfect, but I don't have an answer on what could make it perfect, if that makes sense. So it's not necessarily normal. It's normal as of late, Schwarz, for that to happen, but it's not totally ever. It's not always been like that, right? Especially because like when OP04 released, Red Green Law was one of the best decks in format, and that was like an OP01 leader, stuff of that nature. Like when Sakazuki came out, even though there were a lot of great cards that were in the Sakazuki in OP05, there were still a lot of great cards in OP02, OP03, you know, starter decks like Great Eruption, Ice Age, stuff like that. Brand new on top of that, that were core components into the deck that were very, very good. So it's not always been like that, but I would say within the last year or so, 2 years, it's definitely turned in that direction, and it seems like a direction that they're definitely sticking with. Penel, Nami, Bell, Luffy are your top 3. I think saying Bell, Luffy in the top 3 is also pretty solid, honestly. I think, in my opinion, that could be the third place spot for me. I read the tournament rules say you can't use triple sleeves. Would you use the official sleeves without the outer sleeves, or should you remove the perfect fit? So I would remove the perfect fit personally. That's just my opinion. That's my opinion, because you have so what it would go is you have the card, you have the one piece art sleeve, and then you would have the over sleeve that fits on top of it. That's how I would do it. But I know plenty of people that go perfect fit and then maybe like a dragon shield sleeve, or go the art sleeve, the one piece art sleeves. I know plenty of people that use the perfect fit, but if you want to have art sleeves and also over sleeves, you cannot use perfect fits, I'll say. Yeah, I think this said OP15, although it's done a good job of introducing a lot of decks, right? Like Enel, like Lucy, stuff like that. It has done a pretty decent job, a pretty cool job of boosting other decks, right? Like with the 6-cost Brook, right, is a really, really good card. Arlong, a really, really good card. And also just the yellow stuff, right? Boosting all these yellow leaders and things like that. Do you prefer a jungle format or a triangle format? I hate that I'm going to give you a non-answer, but there's pros and cons to both of them, right? Especially if you're in a top 3 format, right? The pro is that you know more of what you're going to expect. You're going to be able to metagame a lot easier, but also you're not going to lose as much to randomness, I will say. When you play in a jungle format, you just play a deck and you hope that you don't see your bad match. So, I mean, you always hope to not see your bad matchup, but like, I'll give an example. So OP12 was also a jungle format. I played blue-green Rosinante at Bandai Card Fest. If you remember on the channel, we covered that extensively. I was really confident within the deck that I could qualify out of the LCQ, so long as I didn't hit blue-purple Luffy, right? Blue-purple Luffy, I felt like was one of my worst matchups. And so if I dodged that, I felt pretty good into the tournament. We got to the jungle format where there's like 12 to 15 different decks that you could see within the tournament. And I hit like 3 blue-purple Luffys in 5 rounds, which is just super, super unlucky, right? So that's the con to the jungle format, right? You could just get hit with a lot of this stuff. And it stinks, honestly. But people do like the variety. I do love in more jungle formats how I can not face the same matchup potentially, like 7 times in a 9-round Swiss. So it really just depends. A lot of the top level players, like I'm pretty sure like Jonas and Hervoy and stuff like that, are big fans of, well, no, I wouldn't say that. I feel like I've heard them say that they like, the 3-deck formats a little bit more, but I know that they probably have some love within the variety of jungles. So I don't know. I think it also just depends on the game and stuff like that. I said my top 3, Gunda. Do you have any decks for newcomers? You've been playing Ace, but I think the building habits with a trash a card mechanic 6K leader. I think Ace is a good option, to be honest. I think Ace is a good one. Green Bonnie, also nice, has a starter deck that has some good cards in it, as well as Timsta saying in the chat. What are some good other starter decks? I feel like a deck like Lucy, right? If you're okay with getting like all the new cards and stuff like that. I feel like Lucy is a good one as well, because it's like, you do some searching, you try to find Cavendish, you try to find 7-cost Sabo, play 7-cost Sabo, use the event, go ahead and swing. I feel like it's not, I mean, it has its intricacies as any other deck does. Any deck at a high level has its own intricacies, but I feel like Lucy is a really good starting deck for players. Yeah, Red Black Sabo, a nice one. I like Red Black Sabo. I played it a lot in 13. Do you think Red Yellow Bonnie will be able to be a competitive deck? I mean, maybe someday. I mean, I think right now, if you want to play it, I think you can have some good success with it. I think you can have some good success with it, but all it takes is like one card that they reveal, right? And then boom, it's a huge meta contender. Yo, Peeve! Thank you so much for the $10 tip on YouTube, the super chat. Thank you, thank you. I love interacting with chat. So when it's funny because when I'm talking to the production crew of like of Lonestar pack breaks, or like I've been in conversation with Zulu's Board Game Cafe tomorrow, right on the stream, they were talking about like, you know, we have these like intermission screens or these be right back screens, and I'm like, can we mainly just go to like me talking with chat on the screen during the breaks? Because I feel like it's way more exciting than just sitting here for 20 minutes twiddling our thumbs waiting for the next round to start, right? We can have like conversation and stuff. So I love interacting with chat. I love interacting with you guys. Some of you guys suck. I'm just kidding. You all are great. Thank you so much for being here. But yeah, Green Zoro OP12 is a good starter deck if you want to learn that, especially because the Learn Together deck also came out. Yeah, thank you so much to Lonestar Pack Breaks and Steven over here for allowing me to stream their store championship all the way from Texas, the big state of Texas. Everything's always bigger in Texas, as they say. Yo, what's up, Moth? How you doing today? I am real quick going to text my girlfriend to ask to get me a drink before we get this next round started, because I, chat, have run out of coffee in here. What's up, your boy Trey? Hope you're doing well. Round 3 is actively paired right now, chat, for anyone who does not know. They're trying to get a good matchup for you guys on stream. What is my worst deck? You mean the deck that I suck with? Probably Enel. I have absolutely no practice on Enel, and you need to have very, very good practice. Yo, thank you so much for the €5 super chat, Schwartz. Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you guys been enjoying the stream, chat. Thank you so much to everyone who's here right now, hanging out, vibing. Is Red Black Kobe any good? I think Red Black Kobe was kind of overhyped a little bit heading into this format with EBO4. But I think it's a really interesting deck. Thank you, dear. Got a nice Pepsi, chat. Especially because it's 12:45 a.m. It's perfect time for a soda. Oh, which deck will I never play? I'll never play. What deck will I never play? It's hard to say because, like, if I say that I never play a deck and I put it on record, and then all of a sudden I play the deck, chat's gonna call me out on it. What deck will I never play? I'll never play Boa Hancock. I'll never play Boa. I'm from Las Vegas, Schwartz. I reside out here in Las Vegas, the city that never sleeps, Sin City itself, and I'm being phoned into this Texas championship. You're demolishing people with Brook right now? Brook is so fun. I love watching Brook games try on. It's one of my favorite decks to watch. It is just so interesting. And I love a good mill deck. No, I understand people like Boa. I just won't play it. I just won't play it. I also don't own like any Borsalinos. Boa is definitely on the decline, though, in this format. Ooh, is that an ace I see? Chat, we might have an ace game, actually. I'm really curious about ace, to be honest, in this round. This is round 3, chat. For anyone who does not know. I'm really curious about ace and going up against red-green Luffy. Ooh, 2 unique decks heading on the stream table, especially because both of these decks getting some interesting boosts in OP15 out here in the West. I wouldn't say that, Schwartz. But like Boa, I wouldn't say, I think Boa is definitely unique game design. I won't say that I enjoy Boa's game design, but I will say that it is unique game design. Old Blue Nami, I would never. That's my favorite deck of all time, Nava Berries. Watch how you speak about my beautiful, beloved Blue Nami. Watch how you speak about that. Are you pumped about the new starter decks coming soon? Yeah, I'm excited to see what they are, right? Especially because I think that it can boost a lot of different decks. Like Red Black Sabo, I think would be really cool to get the new boost. Yellow Kid getting a boost, I think could be really, really interesting. And then ST30 also looks really, really cool if you saw my video this morning. Chat, I'm definitely going to plug my video at the end of stream. So chat, who do you think wins this matchup? Red, Green, Luffy, or Ace? Let's see. Let me see if I can pull up the old matchup statistics in our Discord server to show like who's favored in the matchup, just from a numbers perspective. Let's see. Red, Green, Luffy versus Ace. It looks like, it looks like this is pretty Ace favored. I bet the die roll probably plays a big difference in this matchup. Ace wins, Ace wins, Ace wins. Chat, do you guys think, is that, key me in on the matchup a little bit, chat. Do we think Ace is favorable within the matchup because of Ace being like a 6K leader? He's got 4 tax beards? No shot. That's actually crazy. No way. No way 4 tax beards. There's always one mad player in a Boa match. I was not. Well, I guess my opponent could have been mad, but I ended up beating. Oh, hello, it's me. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Here we go, chat. Round 3 of the championships here at the Store Regional for Lonestar Pack Breaks, the April 2026 championship. Yeah, I feel like Ace being a 6K leader and then with the 7 cost Zoro being able to be an 8K leader is probably pretty good. Taxbeard could be a big deal in this matchup. Yeah, if Luffy like puts a wide board but small hand size, Taxbeard could be pretty good. Oh, were you 65th in this event, JM? I've had that happen to me before in the I had that happen to me in the Red Bull Double Dong qualifier. I was the next person in off waitlist. Sad. It happens. All right, chat. Both players starting out with their hands. Looks like Ace keeping the hand and Luffy choosing to keep the hand as well. Yeah, I would imagine, Jaboy, that if the Ace player can get to 8,000 power multiple turns, it'd be huge. Luffy, though, taking second in this one, is going to start out with a Bonnie. Going to be able to search for an Egghead or Straw Hat Crew kind of card within that top couple cards. Going to be a nice addition into this deck with the release of OP15. Yeah, and with Red Rock not being gone, if there's a 9-cost Zoro in this list, ooh, boy, that could be cooking. But in Usopp is going to be found. Usopp, very good for this Luffy deck, just to be able to restand some Dawn every single turn. Atmos might be a key in this one. Is going to pass off the turn, I believe, not attach the 1 Dawn. Is going to attach the 1 Dawn. Doesn't necessarily matter in this situation whether or not you attach the Dawn, but goes for it anyways. Is going to go ahead with that Garp. Garp looking in that top 3 or top 4. I'm sorry, for a cost 3 or higher. Blech, is going to find one of those tax beards. Maybe he is playing a playset of the tax beards. The leader effect is kind of busted. The leader effect is very good in this deck. So with the 8,000 power swing at lead is going to take the life. Does not want to give up 2/2Ks in the hand for that. We move on to Luffy's next turn. A lot of gold done over here on the left side. We got one cost Nami searching in for a Straw Hat Crew kind of character. Remember, even though Nami is a block 1 card from OP01, it does have a manga rare, so it was basically errated with an eternal block regulation. So it is always going to be legal within the game, will always survive block rotation. So is going to find another Usopp, it looks like. Ooh, I don't know if finding another Usopp was the card that we wanted to find on that search, especially because now we're not playing an Usopp down on the field. Just going to get a 6K swing, is going to take that life, and with leader effect draw a card, and with 2 Dawn left open is just going to pass off the turn. So kind of an underwhelming turn right there for that red green Luffy. Now Ace being on the 5 Dawn turn does have the opportunity for that Yamato. Because you're at 3 less life and your leader is multicolored, going to be able to draw 2 cards and give Arrested Dawn onto the leader. That's going to be nice to get Arrested Dawn and establish the 6,000 power body. 2 Dawn is going to be able to give plus 2,000 power because of the Luffy's leader effect to get out of the attack. So you didn't get any cards. You didn't have to give up any cards out of your hand on that turn, but board starting to build up a little bit, especially with that Yamato on curve. Going to be very, very nice, especially with that draw, to be able to play out more cards like Zoro on the next turn, like the New Gate on the coming turns. Going to be an intimidating board here in the next couple turns, potentially, if the ace draws enough. So now Luffy on a 6 Dawn turn has a couple different options. It looks like is a tapping 3. But first, going in with the 6,000 power swing over at lead, probably going to be a 1K out of hand, right? I don't think you want to take 2 straight 6,000 power pokes at the dome, and is going to go with a Jozu, especially with maybe a Robin coming down on the field. Can't 100% tell what that is. I think it's a Sanji, I believe. And then passing off the turn, might be a 5-cost Sanji on there, restanding 2 Dawn. Or maybe just playing... Oh, no, it looks like it's a Robin, actually. So that Robin from the Heroines event, that's going to be a nice protection effect, especially with Jozu's or Atmos when he plays down characters in the coming turn. He's got some Dawn to be able to rest to keep that Robin on the field. And it looks like Garp coming in to start the turn as well for the 7 Dawn turn. So no Zoro on this turn. Have a breath sigh of relief. That's a second Newgate. A second Newgate has hit the hand for the Taxbeards. Maybe he is really playing for Taxbeards. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, hold on. Calm down, calm down. Don't play so many Taxbeards. That's wild if it's true. But still has a bunch of Dawn to work with and still some swings. Has about 7 cards in hand. Thank you so much to Sarapunk for showing us how many cards he has in hand. Is going to attach one swing now with the Yamato. 7,000 power. 7,000, a very good number against Red Green Luffy. Going to force him to maybe use leader effect and a card or the 2 Dawn. And so after taking that first life on the swing, another 7,000 power is just thinking about and tapping 1 and giving another card in the hand, just in case if the Garps were going to go in for the attack. But no, Cavendish going to come down onto the field. Cavendish going to be a good body, right? Especially with that draw 2, trash 1. Yeah, might not have any ammo. So you got to make cuts somewhere, right? Especially fitting in Cavendish and also the 4 Taxbeards. I have been getting a note from the production team that Where's Dav did get top 32 in Mesquite Regionals. I don't know if it was on Ace or a different deck, but probably has a little bit of knowledge in this matchup, especially because Mesquite was after Rickmaster Flash's big runs with Red Green. Luffy has probably practiced this matchup a bit in here. Probably knows how this goes. So 6,000 power, I believe, going at Yamato. Trying to get that off the field is just going to be a 1K regardless of where the swing was going. And with the Dawn is going to play that alternate art of the Sanji to restand 2 Dawn on the on-play effect. Get that 5k on the field. And with Usopp as well being played, is going to establish a board that's going to restand a ton of different Dawn at the end of every single turn. 2 from the Usopp, 1 from the Sanji, to be able to consistently get your leader effect going, right? And especially with this Robin on field as well, protecting your board. This Robin's going to be so nice because not only do you have some Dawn for your leader effect, but you've also got some Dawn to be able to tap for protecting your field in case there's any removal potential of Jozu or something like that. So after the first swing with the Boa, I think went ahead and used his leader effect to get out of that 6,000 power swing. Remember that you do have to let the when attacking draw 2 trash 1 happen first, but both players probably friends as this is a local area, is going to go ahead and play the Tax Beard down. So is going to use the I Am Whitebeard to cheat that Tax Beard onto the field, and that Newgate, that 10 drop is going to be so good to be able to stall out the amount of attacks that are coming in on this turn. On play, if your leader's type has Whitebeard Pirates and you have 2 or less life, select all of your opponent's characters on their field until the end of the opponent's next turn. None of the selected characters can attack until your opponent trashes 2 cards from their hand whenever they attack. So if this Red Green Luffy Punk wants to go ahead and attack with this Sanji, with this Usopp, he's going to have to throw away 2 cards from hand every single time he does on this turn. The leader can swing without having to pitch any cards, but everything else is going to be susceptible for disaster. Oh, Nathan, he was playing UP Sanji for Mesquite. Well, congratulations to him. And actually, pretty cool, changing up the deck a little bit, playing Ace for this tournament as Mesquite. As we casted it, Chad, here, if you do not know, I casted the Mesquite Regionals alongside Mike from the Joy Boys. That wasn't that long ago, so is a cool change. I like seeing players change up their decks, especially here in these bigger tournaments. So a full 10 Dawn turn for this Luffy, sitting at 2 life left, 1 beard coming in. The good news is, if you are Punk and Red Green Luffy, is the Newgate that was played onto the field is a -2 from the hand, right? Especially because this Newgate, unlike the blocker one, does not draw cards or anything like that. That's going to minimize the hand size. So the 6-cost Luffy Secret Rare is going to be played out onto the field, restanding 4 Dawn. And remember, now Punk cannot play a 5-cost or less base, or cannot play a 5-cost base character or higher during the rest of the turn. So no more Sanjis or anything like that. It's just going to attach a lot of Dawn and swing in over either at Cavendish or Yamato. Looks like attaching 3 Dawn, I think, for an 8,000 power swing. So it is just going to go leader effect to -2,000 power on the Luffy, make it a 6,000 power leader, and a 1k to get out of the attack. And now playing Electrical Luna. A lot of these green decks right now utilizing Electrical Luna to be able to prevent 7 costs or less from restanding at the next refresh phase is going to prevent this Yamato and Cavendish from being able to attack. And with the end of turn effects of the Sanji and Usopp restanding a couple Dawn to have your maximum 5 Dawn for your leader effect, Luffy is building up a wall of his own, but only 4 cards in hand right now for the Luffy. If this ace can just survive a little bit, might be able to pull out the win in this game, but may just hard play another one of those 10-cost Newgates. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Jaboy Trey. I really enjoyed it. Mike is a great person, and the Play TCG team, also good people. Especially now because I've worked with them a little bit for Bandai Card Fest, that regional, a couple different events. And so he is going to go in with another 8-cost event to just play another Tax Beard. Tax Beard is going to take the life, though, as part of that secondary effect on the 8-cost event. And now this ace is going to be an 8,000 power leader through the opponent's turn while sacrificing 1 of his own life, putting it into the hand. So now all of these characters that the Red Green Luffy has, he's going to be in another turn of not being able to swing with them unless he pays 2 cards from the hand. And so with 1 Dawn is going to play over that other Garb to get the Ezo going in this one, especially because the OP03 red Ezo now rotated. You only have one kind of Ezo searcher that you can play in the standard format with this deck, and so is going to go in and search in that top 5 for a Whitebeard Pirates kind of card. Is going to look for a 2K Thatch, especially because we're paying so many cards for these 10 cost new gates to come out onto the field. Is going to be able to fill the hand back up with counter and now go in with a 9K swing at lead. Is going to ask him to get a couple cards out of hand, but no, is just going to go ahead and take that life, especially with the 10,000 power swing, but no, is just going to pass off the turn. I think he just did. I don't think he swung with that new gate. Or maybe he's thinking about swinging. Oh, he is going to swing 12,000 power with the new gate. Is just going to tap all that Dawn to be able to get out of the attack, right, and now pass off the turn. We'll see if he has another stunning effect in his hand right now, and we'll see how many cards he maybe pitches to be able to swing with these characters. The double attack on the Luffy not necessarily mattering anymore, right? I think one of the reasons why he maybe took that life. So if he decided to dump the hand to get that Luffy, it would not work, especially because you have to think about Brook, right? Brook is definitely a card you have to think about. Being able to restand that Luffy and swing multiple times in a turn. Plus, being an 8,000 power leader means that if he wants to go ahead and attach some Dawn, swing with lead, he's going to have to attach at least 3 Dawn to be able to do it. And so now with that 3 Dawn, as I mentioned, an 8,000 power swing at lead is going to use that Ezo's on opponent's attack effect to put itself in the trash, draw 1 card, and now has to bottom deck a card. So I think only about like 5 or 6 cards in hand. Maybe 7, maybe as the kids say, 6, 7. No blocker beards on the field right now. No blocker fields, but 2 tax beards on the field. Definitely a very unique ace game that we're seeing, I will say. So he's going to bottom deck that 1 card in hand. Not sure what it was, but is going to go Yamato to get out of that attack going at leader. Is going to go ahead, just play another Usopp down onto the field. Maybe just trying to get another set of Dawn. But if you don't have anything to do with that 3 Dawn, oh, Luna coming in and stunning those 2 on the board yet again. But because of Luna only being able to stun 7 costs or less, this 10 cost new gate that was turned sideways is going to be able to restand and attack once more. So 3. Oh, no. The Cavendish and Yamato should be sideways. They should still be rested because there was another Luna played. Yeah. Good job remembering that. So now the tax beard's coming in. It depends. I mean, he's got 5 Dawn to be able to utilize as counter. And this is the tricky thing with Red Green Luffy, right? Especially with an event like Charleston or something like that. Attacking into this deck is not easy, even if it seems relatively simple, right? But you do have 12,000 power bodies in the 2 new gates on the field that you can swing with, but starts out just 10,000 power. I wonder if a 3rd new gate's going to hit the field. Chat, press 1 in chat if you think a 3rd new gate's going to hit the field right now. So 6,000 power swing. If you just have a regular 2K in hand, I feel like now is the time to use it, right? You want to save the Dawn. And especially because all 10 Dawn are still active, you could even split, right? Oh man, if he uses Dawn here, I feel like I'm going in with a split of like 17-17. So is that a 2K? Yeah, it was a 2K unblockable Sanji. So looks like just going for a regular 12,000 power swing at lead is going to go ahead, use leader effect to tap 2 Dawn, maybe is not thinking about using leader effect. There's specific sequencing that you have to have, especially when utilizing something like Charleston. So is going to utilize, I think, used 2 for leader effect, then use Charleston to tap 2, and then restand 3 to be able to get out of the attack. The IRS setup, is that what we're calling this kind of board state if another 10 cost comes down? So it looks like is going to be another swing with this Luffy. Only one card in hand, actually. Is going to go ahead, take that life. And now with the other 10 cost Newgate. Oh, brother. Only going to be 3 cards in hand. I can't believe there are 3 Newgates on the field right now. So the real question is, chat, what can the Luffy do to try to win this game? The deck name is the IRS. I believe it. Chat, hopefully you paid your taxes. Taxes are due soon if you live in the US. So make sure that you do that. Make sure you report your taxes so you don't get hit with tax fraud or late fees. It's already expensive enough to live. Yeah, this is a diabolical board state right now. This is insane. This is crazy. Take that screenshot and post it on Twitter after this round. So does still have a full 10 Dawn left and is just going to go in with a 10,000 power swing at lead, I think. 10,000 power swing at lead. Can't connect with the live, so is going to counter out of that one to go to 11,000 power. He only has 3 cards in hand, so he now has no way to win, right? Because even if he brooks and restands his secret rare Luffy, he doesn't have enough cards in hand to be able to swing twice. Yeah, that's crazy, James. The way that this game played out is not what I expected, I will say. Absolutely wild. Hey, but there's a reason why this ace player, right? Round 3, sitting at the stream table. I know, like, I think you just lose, right? You have no way at this point to swing twice. Could we have crunched the numbers a little bit differently, chat, though? Could we have gone like a... Let's see. We swung 11 with, or I'm sorry, we swung 10 with Luffy, right? And there's 5 Dawn left. We could have swung 11-11, I think. I don't know if that would have made a difference. We could have swung 11-11, 11 with our leader and 11 with the secret rare Luffy, pitch 2 cards in hand. Yeah, I would say that Taxbeard is not a popular card in Ace right now. So it's very exciting to see it out. Yeah, I think if we... Yeah, and there's the fist bump there, ending the game. I think if we had gone 11-11, that's probably our best decision, but... ooh, that card was a brick. I don't know what the draw was. If he had any more counter in his hand... Oh, we blocked the attack with 3. Oh, so, well, if he blocked the attack with 3 2Ks, if he didn't have any counter outside of that, because that only puts him to 11, right? As we saw in that game. Then if there's another count, or I guess he could use leader effect to minus 2,000. So actually, yeah, he wins no matter what in that situation because he had 3 2Ks. Because you can trash one card to minus 2,000 power to make the Luffy a 9,000 power attack, and then you just 3 2Ks out of it to go to 11. Yeah, so unfortunate for Red Green Luffy, but absolutely crazy to see the Taxbeard absolutely popping off in this game. Holy smokes, Chad. Did you imagine when you came into the stream today that you would see a Newgate or an ace deck playing 3 10 cost OP, what is it? OP08? OP08 Newgates on the field. That's the fun that we like to have here at the Lonestar Pack Break Store Championship. Yeah, I think the ace did some good plays. I think so too, honestly, Joe Boy Trey. I thought that was a relatively clean game. Should have tried to save a card to be at 4. I think it's really hard though, Thomas, because like you had to survive within that turn against the two Luffys. I mean, he had to use the Charleston in order to survive. And did he tap out on all the Dawn in that final turn? Because I think he paid another card on top of the Charleston to be able to get out of that attack. So like that could have been an extra card that he had on the field. But then your swings are a little bit different, right? Because your swings, then it forces you to maybe like have Brook in hand. Because you could like, well, even Brook in hand, then you're only swinging 11s with the Luffy, and the resting one card doesn't really do anything. So I don't know. Yeah, I think you're just a little bit cooked. But yeah, good game though, nonetheless. It had me on edge pretty much the whole time. Pretty good game, I will say, Chatteroonies. And I hope you're enjoying the stream right now. And if you're on Twitch, make sure you're following Lonestar Pack Breaks' Twitch channel, right? We'll be live for all day today because we still got plenty of rounds to work with, as that was only round 3. And then over here on YouTube, we've got not only this store championship to go through in its entirety, but we got one tomorrow as well. So if you want to watch more store championships tomorrow here on the YouTube channel, Atrocious TCG, make sure to subscribe for that. Oh, what a beautiful day. I do love that we've had like unique decks in all these different rounds, because obviously in Top Cut, chat, we're going to showcase like some of the best decks that are going on, right? Decks that make that Top Cut. So it's nice to see now a lot more like uniqueness within the tournament, players having like obscure ideas or piloting some like really cool builds of decks. To be able to showcase a ton of different variety for you all, because I'm sure you guys have probably watched regionals or different live stream, different tournaments where it's the same deck for like 5 different rounds, right? And there's no changes. And I know I personally like a little bit of variety, especially in a format like this where there can be a lot of variety. Chat, hope everybody's having a good day. About 4 minutes left in the round right now, Chad, before we go into overtime sequence and then our next round. Ooh. I would just want a Brocodile in the mix. I know I want a Black Crocodile too. If I can make a request to the stream, if there's a Black Crocodile in the room. But I know like Black Crocodile, not necessarily like overly popular, I feel like, especially with the Quasar ban and more of like GP Luffy running around, because I feel like Crocodile has a bad green purple Luffy matchup, and so like a lot of the Ray Quasar decks and stuff like that on the decline in a sense, which I feel like personally Crocodile has a relatively decent matchup into most of them, can handle them pretty well. Yo, what up, Big Daddy? Appreciate you. My head's not that big right now. No, it probably is. It has been since day one. Truly. That's where I fit all of this knowledge, chat. That's where I fit all this knowledge. Although I will say my hat is not on the loosest setting, fitting. I don't know what to call it, but hope you're all having a good day right now. What are some other decks that I would hope to see? I talked about Calgara earlier. I think Calgara is a pretty interesting deck in the format, especially with the new additions in the Sky Island support in OP15. That's always a fun one to watch. We haven't seen a Lucy yet, so like I don't mind seeing a Lucy either, because Lucy is a big meta contender, right? You know, any of the yellow mono Luffys like Bell Luffy or starter deck Luffy in that situation. Yeah, the early game was a little tough for the Luffy, but I think it's one of those things and one of the reasons why that matchup is so tough, right, is because the Ace being a inherent 6,000 power leader, right, kind of forces you, especially on like the even curve. Like we delayed our Usopp even though we had it in hand. The Usopp was delayed a turn in there. BY Luffy could be good too. Brook is also a really fun one. Especially BY Luffy. I don't know. Is Krolzor still on BY Luffy chat? Is he still playing that? Does anybody know from like the YouTube depths over in Europe? Also talking a little bit about Europe chat. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. We did see the standings of top 32 if you are a frequent, like Twitter user, Twitter scroller like myself. Let's see. I need to go real quick to Twitter, twitter.com, or it's x.com actually. Twitter.com chat. We saw a bunch of big-time top players reach the top cut within the tournament. Trying to buy a little bit of time as I pull it up. Where is it? There it is. Lots of top players making it within the top ranks. You had Luigi Amato making it within the... I don't know what players are playing, but like a Luigi Amato, Gianni, Jonas traveling out across the pond to play in the tournament. You had Mary TCG, another content creator. You got Fletch, one of the top European players, and also from the All Blue or two members of the All Blue podcast. To be honest, Kyla Kai's All Blue podcast, Jonas and Hervoye, both making it into the top cut of the Lille regionals. So crazy, chat. Such good players within top 32, and I think Dog Wisdom also got top 32 in there. So like a stacked top cut. Especially if you follow a lot of professional players and stuff. If you're new to the game, just know that a lot of really good players in the regional that's happening in Lille, France right now, a lot of top level players did it. I'm very excited to check out the VOD from that championship. I know the Wasi and Taj have done a really good job of casting that event. Oh, I agree, Jaboy. I'll always call it Twitter. I've been on it too long to not call it Twitter. I know the top 16 Croc card looks so good and I don't have it. So technically, my Croc deck, I talked about earlier, my Croc deck being max rarity. Technically, it's not max rarity because I only have the regular alternate crocodiles. I don't have the top 16 crocodiles, unfortunately. I'm not a good enough player to win those, and I don't have deep enough pockets to be able to do those. But if you donate to the channel, I'm just kidding. Zekekun also got top 32, or Zekekun was top at Mesquite. Or did he also get top at Lille? Chad, did anybody, by the way, because maybe some of you are like Central Time, if you're watching like on YouTube, maybe you're from kind of the Texas area. How many of you were watching the Lille regionals when you woke up this morning? Because I would imagine when y'all woke up over on the East Coast and whatnot, the Lille regionals was happening. Miss Golden Week stamped cards is $80. The release event Golden Week. It is max rarity Golden Week. I don't care enough for the release event cards personally. I only care when they're like unique arts or something like that. Oh, he posted a black purple Luffy video a bit ago, but attended a tourney with black yellow Luffy. Nice. Nice. Round 4 has been paired, chat. They're trying to get us a match right now. Maybe trying to see a Lucy at this point. just to give a little bit of variety, right? Especially as one of the top decks that you need to know about if you're planning on playing in this meta, these store championships, or maybe even regionals coming up. Chad, anybody got any regionals that they're going to be attending here soon? Anybody got any? I got to check to make sure that I am or am not in some. I know I'm in the LA regional when that's happening next, but I'm not playing in it as of right now. I am waitlisted. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, because I know someone that used to collect. Release event cards, Mothfran, but the just trying to get all the release event cards is just such a hassle that my friend quit it like a set or two ago. Ooh, you might be going to Gen Con. I might actually be going to Gen Con as well. So if there's a tournament happening over there, because I have family that lives in Indianapolis, so I might be heading over to Gen Con, staying over there, and I actually might also be doing some stuff with the Cyberpunk TCG team over at Gen Con, and maybe also One Piece if whoever's running One Piece over there wants to reach out to me. I am available. Ooh, you're going to Toronto. I want to go to Toronto in like the back half of the year. I want to try to go to Toronto before the end of the year now that I have a passport, but if I have to wait until next year, I'll do it. But I want to go to Toronto because, Chad, I just got my passport a couple months ago. Oh, there should be a regional at Gen Con. Well, then I would like to enter in it. I know tickets go on sale for Gen Con, like general tickets and stuff like that. I think that goes on sale like it's either like next week or the week after. It's at the end of this month. I know I'm a fan of the Cyberpunk TCG. I think it's a cool game. And the more that I keep seeing it, the more excited I am on it. Like I just saw a new keyword revealed from some of the cards. And I saw that the keyword is defeat. So it's like on KO effect. They have on KO effects now in Cyberpunk to just try to get a little bit more interaction and things like that. And plus, defeat is a really interesting way for it as well, because like in the alpha decks, there's one card, I can't remember what it's called. It's a program or an event card. But it says you get like +4 power and then it defeats the unit at the end of turn. And so that's really interesting in my opinion, because then you could go into a situation to where you can, if it has a defeated effect onto it, if you use like that event to go ahead and boost up the power and defeat it at the end of turn, you can basically guarantee a way to get that defeated effect, whatever it may be. All right. Chad, thank you so much to everybody that's hanging out and chilling. I'm going to real quick post that picture over on Twitter. I tweeted about the event and somebody asked if it was being streamed. Yes, it is. It is being streamed. That's why I tweeted it out. Let's see. I need to grab that picture real quick. Looks like our player's starting to sit down. I know they're having like a deck check going on or some deck things happening for one of the players. So just trying to settle that. Again, thank you to our judging staff. The event is being... actually, you know what? No, James, the event is not being streamed. This is actually just a simulation. This is a simulation. This is not real, actually. Just kidding. Just kidding, chatteroonies. All right. So as we wait yet again, Chad, thank you so much for being here, hanging out. Oh, looks like that was just one of the tables. So we got Lucy here. Navi on to Lucy and Lavender on blue, yellow Nami. So again, two unique decks being streamed within this round. And this is table 3 as well. So we're coming up on the lower or the end half of Swiss rounds, right, as players are deciding who is going to be undefeated heading into Top Cut, trying to keep that nice record. I don't know if these players are undefeated or X1. They're either one of those two. I knew 3 attack spirits on the board couldn't be real. Yeah, that's actually just me making stuff up. Just kidding. It didn't actually happen. Is that a Dragon Ball deck box I see? No, that's a Riftbound deck box. Got that Riftbound World's Competitor deck box. Very nice. All right, chat. Leave your guesses in here. Leave your guesses in here. Do you think Lucy or blue yellow Nami is going to win? I have never seen it, Alex. So unfortunately, I cannot give you an answer on that. But I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. Hopefully you enjoy Super Mario. Lucy wins, you think? I think Lucy's got a pretty good shot, right? Being able to control the board, being able to bottom deck things. Probably going to work. Probably going to work pretty well, I would say. Navi, that's your boy? I was going to say, we have someone in our local Las Vegas area that their Bandai name is Navi, but I do not think they are the same person. We have streamed Navi on the channel too in one of our old championships that we've had. Lucy, you think Lucy is going to win it? Lucy. I think Lucy's got a pretty good shot, but the Mulligan hand didn't look pretty good, so we'll see. It's also interesting. We see Fire Fist in the build. I think I saw a 1-cost Bello Betty Searcher on top of that. I know there's a lot of discussion within the Lucy deck of how you should build Lucy, right? We saw Noelle over in Asia, right? Very popular creator and also very good player, running stuff like No Stage within their deck. We also see the Just Come Watch Me ace within the Lucy's deck. So going to be curious. It looks like Nami keeping the hand. Yo, what's up, Kuro? Glad you can make it in. Matchmaking says 61% for Lucy. I believe that. I believe that. Good removal within the deck. Got a big board to block. Especially 9,000 power characters being very good. Looks like Lucy going first, though, on the odd curve. Is going to go at, or no, actually is on the even curve. Nami starting it out. Passes off the turn. No Searchers. So no Searchers is not great for Lucy at this point, but Nami's going to have some work if they want to win this game. Is going to play that girl promo to on play, draw 1, trash 1. So is going to get rid of the Perona, revealing the Thriller Bark package. Is going to reuse Adon and attach 1 to swing 7,000 power. Now I lead Lucy taking it, already going down to 3 life. Is maybe a trigger, holds it in the hand. I think it was a barrier pistol. Thinking about bottom decking the girl promo. Now goes into the 4-Dawn turn. We'll see if he mementos into Cavendish. Is at least going to play the memento to draw 2, trash 1. So it is going to draw the 2. I see Flame Fruit in another event is going to trash that Flame Fruit, but I don't know if he's got another event. No, does not play Cavendish on the field. So Nami, if Nami can have a normal game at this point, I think Nami might be able to run away with this. So is going to 1K out of the attack. Or use leader effect, one of the two, pass off the turn. I think pitched a Borsalino on the counter, so no Rayquaza in the deck, so Borsalino going to be in the trash for good now. Is going to go ahead with a Marco to play it on the field, and now go ahead, use the promo girl effect to attach an extra Dawn swing. Another 7 goes in with the search. So taking the first 2 swings, I think Nami might be in a pretty good position right here. So is going to go ahead with the stage to start, or I'm sorry, with the search. Grab this, or no, Rebecca on the search. Just flipping cards around right here. So Rebecca coming into the hand, and because a life was taken, Nami getting the draw off the leader effect, and now going into the 7 Dawn turn. Or no, it's 6 Dawn turn. I'm sorry, he's on the even curve. So 6 Dawn turn, still can't play the good old 7 cost Sabo, but the Berry pistol, bottom decking a 6,000 base power character or less, is going to go ahead, get rid of that Marco. No extra draw potential for the Nami, and then leader effect, because you played a 3 cost event or higher, is going to draw a card. It feels really bad because you have no bodies on the field at this point. Going 2 straight turns of no real impactful bodies like Cavendish is going to hurt in this one. So plays down to Rebecca, is just going to look through that top 3 to find a Dressrosa kind of card. Still has a lot of events to be able to counter out of some attacks. Remember, with that when attacking, but also the on opponent's attack, you can pitch events in hand for plus 1,000 power onto your leader. Both players also undefeated in this game. Is going to grab a Cavendish. I feel like, is it too late for Cavendish at this point? I guess if you don't have a way to chain Sabos, maybe grabbing a Cavendish for potential future turns could be beneficial for you. But after using leader effect to get out of that, leader swing is just going to pass off the turn. Nami still sitting at 4 life right now, and it has the opportunity to play stuff like Robin, but goes in with another girl. So maybe Nami's also kind of bricked up in a sense. Getting rid of a 5 cost Nami right there, because you're not going to be able to get your opponent to take a life on that on play effect. Has 5 Dawn left over, so is just going to go ahead, attach 2 Dawn because of the active A mains of the Shoujo girls. Attaches everything. I think both players are bricked up right now. Oh my goodness, no shot. Is just going to go in and lead and take the life. Doesn't want to pitch the entire hand for that. Nami drawing a card off of the leader effect. Is Nami just going to go in a route of saying like, okay, I'm just going to get you down as fast as possible, down in life, before you put up a bunch of different blockers? This is a wild game. 7 cost Sabo finally coming down onto the field, being able to play a Dressrosa type event. Is going to go memento of him. I really like this play instead of something like Fire Fist or Would You Let Me Eat the Flame Fruit, especially because we grabbed the Cavendish earlier. This is going to be able to allow Lucy to populate the board off of this memento and slow start. So pitching the Fire Fist is going to go ahead, get that 4 cost Cavendish down onto the field, and now be able to draw cards in a future turn. Leader effect procking because you played the memento of him, a 3 cost base event or higher. And so now we'll see how he decides to swing. Could go ahead with the 6,000 power swing. I wonder how much you're worried about a trigger body on the field. And so is going to go with a 5K swing over at lead. Is going to use leader effect, pitch the Gecko from the hand, and pass off the turn. Wait, the 8 cost Gecko was in hand. So we could have played it on this turn, maybe? We must have like all big bodies, like 8 cost Geckos, 10 cost Newgates, stuff like that. Here goes 8 for a uses Captain Kidd to burn the life. And now we could go in with the 2 girl promos. Nami should be able to draw one, yeah, because of that leader effect, because the life hit the track or left the life area. And now is just going to go with an 8,000 power swing over at lead. Is just going to be a 9K block with the Sabo. I would have loved to leave the Dawn up for like maybe feigning a counter event, because you know the free block happens, especially because Nami's could run that unblockable event, that ace unblockable event from OP15. So you kind of want to feint that there's either like a little bit of counter in hand, or potentially like that event could be in hand, especially against a deck like Lucy with a lot of blockers and no healing might be tricky. So another 7-cost blocker Sabo going to be hitting the field. We'll see what he does. Might be a Fire Fist angle. And yeah, is going to utilize that Fire Fist of minus 8,000 power. More than likely the Eustace Captain Kid and plus 3,000 power his leader. Now the Eustace Captain Kid being a 1,000 power character, I believe. And so with that leader effect now drawing one card, Kid now being a 1,000 power character could be susceptible to be knocked out on either the Cavendish or leader swing, whichever one comes in first at it. Still at 4 life though for this Nami and 0 for Lucy. This is a tough one, I think. Draw a card. No. Play a good game. Play a good game. No cheating. No cheating. And so he is going to attach one onto the Rebecca and swing one at the Kid. Is trying to get as many attacks as possible to go in at lead. Is going to collect that knockout. Even though you lose Rebecca as a blocker, I think that's fine. Because now you can attach one Dawn onto Cavendish and get that draw to trash one off of his effect. So is going to go with an 8,000 power swing. Is going to trigger the Will You Be My Servant event. Going in and looking at that top 4, I believe, for a 3-8 power character. Is going to grab Borsalino to go ahead and heal. How you doing, Ganit, by the way? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So off of that trigger, does still have 2 Dawn left to work with. Is going to go now with a swing over at lead. Is going to draw 2 and trash 1. Looks like is going to pitch that Searcher Dress Rosa event from OP10. So now 7,000 power swing is just going to take life freely. Does not want a leader effect in 1K. And so now the 9,000 power swing, he's going to have to give up a lot of cards for this. He's going to leader effect to 7,000 power, a 2K on the Kumasi and 1K on the Nami. Is going to pass off the turn. I feel like we could have maybe saved a 2K in hand if we countered out of the Cavendish swing. Kid's effect is mandatory, has to be drawn. Oh, did he not draw off of the Cavendish? He might not have. I might not have missed that because our opponent was definitely at 2 life or less. But even though at this point is going to go ahead with the Gecko to get the Kumasi in the life right now and establish a 10,000 power body, the 2 girl promos is going to be a 7,000 power for the Nami. Is going to go ahead, attach the 2, now swing 9 ad lead. Is going to try to get him to block and get a card out of hand. Is going to block with that Sabo and 1K out of it to go to 10,000 power. No other swings. And here's the thing about Lucy at this point. If you don't have an unblockable event to go in for game, right? Lucy's just going to build up this board, try to stabilize and put himself in a position to where he can just go in and will you down slowly but surely, especially if you can get rid of a lot of these different characters like we saw on the Kid. Oh, he did draw? Okay, cool. Thank you, sir. I was going to say, I think it was pulling up the exact translation from Kid, so I wasn't sure if I missed it or not. But yes, especially if you're at 2 or less, if your opponent's at 2 or less life when you're on the field, definitely want to draw 1, trash 1, because you have to on the card. It is not an optional effect. But I think Navi, just thinking about what he needs to do right now, you got to think about when you swing with the Sabos as well. That's the big thing about these big blocker decks. Did he draw from the leader effect and not the end of turn suddenly? I wonder how many cards he had in hand. Because there could be a situation... Well, no, because then he'd have to trash a card. But the 6,000 power swing is just going to be a trash of the Cavendish and a counter out of the Kikunojo to go to 7,000 power. If the judges in the VOD determine that he did not draw one, trash one, they'll decide on what they want to do from that, especially because production can hear us here. So they can phone it in to the judges. So is now going to go with a Bello Betty. Is going to play another 7-cost Sabo. This is going to allow you more than likely to get another swing in with the 7-cost Sabo. So we're unsure. We're pretty sure, Steven, he did not do the mandatory draw one, trash one to end of turn effect on the 8-cost kit on the turn that he played it. That's what we're talking about right now. So playing down the Sabo, I believe, after using playing down the Fire Fist to get rid of the girl promo, is now going to go in with a barrier berry pistol because the Gecko was minus 4,000 power to a 6,000 power leader. That Sabo playing the barrier pistol is going to bottom deck that Gecko. And now maybe if you've got enough counter in hand from your events and also your stage, maybe you could go in and swing both of these Sabos because you've got one as active. I don't think it would hurt. I think you'd be able to do it. I believe so. I think Steven, I think he drew off of the leader effect, but maybe did not do the draw one, trash one on the Gecko. Because Nami took a ton of life at the beginning of that game, so he was definitely at 2 or less life. So on that attack is going to go ahead, trigger the Kumasi. The Kumasi going to be able to play out a character. That's exactly what you need. The Perona only being able to prevent the attack from a 6-cost character is going to be able to go in. And did he swing at that? Yeah, he swung at it with leader. The Rebecca now cannot swing, which is fine. You're not going to swing with it anyways. To get rid of the Perona, and now the trigger of the Kiku Nojo playing it out on the field. I think you've got enough events in hand and you have stage that I think you're okay if he tries to split and goes for game. And then passing it off the turn, going to go into Nami's next turn, is going to go with a Borsellino to heal one. Going to be a nice blocker on the field, especially if you got another barrier berry pistol, you're going to be able to get around it. I know trigger off the life feels so bad, and the Perona coming in is going to negate the Cavendish from being able to attack within the next turn. The Shoujo Girl attaching one Dawn onto the Nami. 6,000 power now going at lead. Thinking about using the stage is going to trash the Memento event to just get out of that. Remember, the stage is rested. There we go. And now the extra Dawn attached to the Nami is going to block from the Sabo and go into now Navi's next turn. We'll see if he can do it. Cannot swing with the Cavendish, but still has 3 Sabos and a leader to swing with. You only need 3 swings to connect at this point. If you got a barrier pistol, you can automatically bottom deck the Borsellino. A Fire Fist could also... I don't think Fire Fist would be good. But yeah, if you've got another barrier pistol, that would be nice. That would be able to get rid of this blocker. I know we've used, I think either 2 or 3 of them at this point. I don't think we've used all 4. Not having the draw from Cavendish as well really hurts, right? That draw 2, trash 1, always a net 1 card every time he attacks. Going to start out with 1 Dawn for the Just Watch Me ace to minus 3,000 power for only 1 Dawn because you have more than 4 events in the trash. Is going to make the Borsellino a 3,000 power character. I believe it's minus 3, right? So now what do you do with the rest of the Dawn? Yes, being minus 3,000 power. He does have a barrier pistol in hand, so why not just play that out? Maybe he's thinking about controlling the board a little bit and bottom decking Kiku, but no, Fire Fist is actually going to be the play for the 5 to get rid of that Borsalino. Doesn't want to bottom deck. Maybe he's going to use the rest of the 5 to just get rid of the Kiku right now. So now swinging 9,000 power lead, you still have the 2 blockers. Is going to go ahead, take that life, put it in the hand. No trigger right now. But attaching 1 Dawn. Oh, wait, no, that's only 3 Dawn. So this is the 4th Dawn. So still a 6th Dawn left available to him after this 10,000 power swing. Is going to leader effect. And then 2 2Ks out of hand to go to 11,000 power. Now you just swing the 2 Sabos, right? More than likely. So now the 9,000 power swing is going to connect. What's it going to be? Still have your leader to swing. You can, if it's a 0 cost, no. If it's a card, if it's a card that can be played, it doesn't matter because you still have your leader to attach to the rest of the Dawn and just dump the hand of all your events. So is going to put it in hand. Looks like 6 Dawn going to be attached to Lucy. It's going to be 11,000 power before pitching events. I'm going to try to count it as fast as I can. So it looks like 4 events, and with no counter in hand or not enough counter, looks like Nami is actually going to be the winner in this one. Is going to go ahead and continue to be undefeated in this match. Holy moly. That was a crazy game. From having nothing in the beginning, he definitely clawed himself back into the game. Going to be moving into the next match. And also, Steven, if you could have a judge just remind Nami, it didn't necessarily matter as much in this game, but just remind Nami to remember to draw off the 8-cost kid if he's got it on field and the opponent's at 2 or less life. It didn't matter in this one, so not too much, but just let him know. Just so then, you know, he doesn't maybe forget it in the rest of this tournament because he's still fighting for a top cut spot, right? Definitely don't want to miss that. Ooh, looks like we are going into Jinbei with this one. Jinbei versus Emu, chat. Oh, this is a matchup I did not expect to see. And so looks like Jinbei sitting at 1 life to Emu's 2. Looks like Emu is going to be blocking on that attack. Jinbei, definitely one of the premier aggressive decks within this format. Has a Weevil on the field, not swinging. Probably just played it out on this turn. Is going to pass off to Emu's next turn. Now, we just joined in this game, so we're not 100% sure where it is. Choosing the Mary Joie event or stage to play out onto the field is just going to go with board control. Getting rid of the Sengoku first now is going to go with a 7,000 power Saturn swing. It's been a while since I've commentated whatchamacallit, an Emu game. Is going to 2K 1K out of there. Use the koala and another 1K. Oh, you had the names backwards. Oh, gotcha. Is going to use leader effect now on that Saturn to draw 1 card, gain a card in the hand. Yeah, don't worry, chat. We're on the fly. We're on the fly right now. Shout out production. I get to commentate, and they go ahead. They do all the switching and whatnot. Is going to go another 7,000 power lead. We'll see if he's got another 10 costs in hand to be able to get out of the attacks. Is just going to counter out yet again. Is going to go in with now the 10 cost to refresh the hand. I wonder if he's going to go in and swing Nuzjuro over at one of these bodies, either Jinbei or Boa. Can go ahead, pop the Weevil with a Saturn. Is going to use the Mars. Is going to use the Saturn effect to grab another Nuzjuro, put it in the hand, another counter card. Still has the effect. Is going to get rid of that Weevil. Now you can get rid of one of these bodies on the field. And unless there's 2, well, even then you need like a rush character. And also, yeah, I think Jinbei's cooked in this game. is going to go ahead, swing at the boa, clear it off of the field, pass off the turn, even though no Dawn left standing, especially because these blockers have a protection effect in the Mars and the Warcury, sitting at 2 life left. Jinbei, I don't think, has a way to be able to claim this game. No way to get unblockable on all these different cards. So on the first swing with the 10 or 8 cost Jinbei from OP14, is looking like he's going to block with the Warcury to draw an extra card. I feel like this is a tough matchup for Jinbei, right? Jinbei is going to go ahead, block, and then on the on-KO effect to draw 1 card. Still a full 10 Dawn left. Looks like maybe splitting it 8 and 2, maybe for a 8-cost Rush Jinbei. Is going to be able to swing in now at the Najuro, I believe. 5,000 does counter 1 out with the Najuro that was in hand. Oh my gosh, just passes off the turn. No shot. Didn't have anything to play at all. Oh yeah, this is cooked. Not playing anything on the turn is tough to see for our Jinbei player. And now just the swings galore coming in. 7,000 power. Now going at this Jinbei, or at lead, minusing 2 on the Jinbei, and with a bunch of bricks of Perfume Femur and whatnot, is not going to be able to get the game. And Emu is going to be advancing in this one. This was table 4, so I believe this one also undefeated or a high-ranking X1. Definitely maybe one of the more unfortunate matchups, I will say, especially if Emu can get going. Interesting, though, that Emu played the Mary Joie stage on leader effect instead of the empty throne. I don't think I would have guessed that. Does Jinbei have like stage removal in the deck? Why would you play Mary Joie instead of empty throne? Is it because you want to play out your elders earlier now that 4-cost Jinbei is banned? You know, spamming out different warlords, you want to be able to battle board a little bit, or maybe get more bodies out faster to be able to pressure life and speed up the game. Interesting. I've never thought about this matchup, especially on the Emu side, right? But chat, we still got plenty of rounds to go in here. Thank you so much for joining me. And if you're enjoying the stream, make sure to, on YouTube, go ahead, subscribe to the channel. We have this store championship that we'll finish out, but another one for you tomorrow. So this is the place for store championships, I will say. And if you're a local game store that wants to hit me up for more store regionals, let me know. I am very easy to contact. But thank you so much to Lonestar Pack Breaks for allowing me to stream their championship over on their channel. And especially if you're on YouTube, make sure to go ahead and check the link in the description below to support their store. I got the link to their store right there. And if you're on Twitch, make sure to follow Lonestar Pack Breaks Twitch channel to see all their content that they've got on the channel from the past, present, and future. You need the Mary Joie to deal with the hyper aggression, especially if you go first. At least the old builds where they span a bunch of cheap bodies, I don't know about now. No, that makes sense. I mean, especially with the 4-cost Jinbei being unbanned, I could see where you would probably want to play out bodies sooner to be able to battle board, I will say. I think that's probably like I don't think that's a bad assumption. And so we're going to be moving to round 4 here soon. So yeah, this should be the 4th round. I think, well, if it's 64 players, right? It's 64 players, round of 64, round of 32, round of 16, round of 8, round of 4, round of 2. So there should be 6 Swiss rounds until 1 undefeated in this tournament. I always have to count it. Even when it's a typical 64 player tournament. But got about 5 minutes left until round 5 is paired, chat. If we could real quick go to a go to a break, Steven, so I could go to the bathroom real quick, grab a snack since we got about 5 minutes left, and then I'll let you know when I come back. That would be extremely gracious, Senpai, or Steven Sama, Lonestar Back Breaks. But yeah. Chat, even if we go on break, do not go anywhere. We'll be back soon with more action. Just go ahead, get a bathroom, grab a snack, grab a drink. We'll be right back. Thanks for joining me. Hello and welcome back. We've got round 4 here for you shortly here at the Pack Breaks or Lone Star Pack Breaks Store Regional. My name is Jake, also Atrocious. I'm commentating this championship. Thank you so much to Lone Star for allowing me to commentate this and host it on my YouTube channel, and also allow me to join their Twitch channel to be able to bring in this good content for you all. Some exciting games, I feel like, among our top players in this championship, right? We've seen a wide variety of decks within this store regional. We've also seen pretty crazy games, right? Especially in that last game. We saw the red blue Lucy just have to take so much life, just have nothing going on for the first like 3 turns of the game. But because he was able to stabilize with stuff like the 7-cost Sabo and some good removal, he's able to minimize Nami's board as well and be able to prevail in the win of that game. And then even we saw some different things, like in a previous round, red-green Luffy versus red-blue Ace, right? The red-blue Ace playing 3 OP08 10-cost tax beards on the field, which is absolutely insane. So I hope you've been enjoying all of this. Thank you so much for joining me. Yo, what's up, OP15 Unk? Hope you're having a good one. Thank you so much for the compliments on the commentary. No, there's a lot of places that you guys could be, whether you're doing your own store regional, whether you're doing whether, you know, you could be watching something else or whatever, hanging out with family. It is a Saturday or at work. I appreciate everybody that's here, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. And again, check out Lone Star Pack Break Store over in the description on the YouTube channel. Whew. So it's going to be interesting, chat. I know a lot of top cuts are starting to get finalized. I know that Mary TCG, by the way, I was talking about the Lille France regional that's happening this weekend. I know that he actually placed top 32 with Yellow Enel. So I know he's been a big Yellow Enel enthusiast. So very, very cool. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Yellow Enel as a deck, I'm glad that he, putting so much work into that deck, was able to qualify for top 32, and best of luck with him within that top 32. In probably like 5 hours or something like that. They probably go live here soon. Yo, Starfighter. Hopefully you're doing well in Germany. It's probably pretty late for you. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for coming in. Also, if anybody ever, especially on YouTube, if you need to head out for any reason, you know, you got to take your sister to the airport, or you got to walk the dog, right? And you go in the mountains, so there's no service to watch on your phone or something like that. Some obscure reasons. The VOD will be public on the channel for you to watch back the championship. If you maybe are coming in now and you want to watch the other rounds that we featured earlier, later, or maybe if you can't stay the entire time and you got to watch the rest of it like tomorrow or later tonight or something like that. So is going to be nice. I have not gotten a DMCA takedown, so the stream is still active. So that's good to know. I'm glad that we haven't had that. Oh, it's only 11 p.m. over there. Oh, interesting. So the regional actually finished up within good time, I feel like. The regional finished within good time then. But yeah, 11 p.m. is not too bad. I probably went to bed more at like midnight last night, doing a little bit of finalization for the streams this weekend to make sure that we're all good to go. Also, Steven, if you can message me, so it's going to be, just so that I know the format, 6 Swiss rounds and then top 8 cut, right? I think it's a top 8 cut, or is it going to be top 4? I'm pretty sure because it's a 64-player tournament, it would be top 8, but always got to check. I don't want to say it wrong later on the show. Also, it helps me keep track of how much. Oh, the first round started late. No, there are more games, Niz, I'll call you Niz, if that's okay. There are going to be more rounds here on the tournament. It's just we're waiting for the next round to get paired. Oh my gosh, 350 for the base rarity? Holy smokes. I mean, you do have to buy Borsalinos, secret rare 10 drop Luffys. You have to also buy 7 cost Zoros. So I guess it is a pretty pricey deck, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, and Lil, yeah. In Lil, the problems were happening. That's what I assumed that you were talking about, Freech. But yeah, interesting, because I feel like sometimes I can wake up and like the European regionals and stuff will be going on, but I didn't really even sleep in today. I feel like when I woke up, I didn't really see the regional at all. So interesting. I did not know that. Yo, what's up, New World Meta? How are you? Is that the new TCG meta? Oh my gosh, I should tell you guys this because you guys have been playing Ace a lot in the past. I don't know if you watched earlier. We watched an Ace play 3 consecutive turns of 10 cost Taxbeard on the field. It was actually insane. It was actually insane, but I hope you're having a good day. Oh, yeah, 5 cost Nami's being in the deck maybe too. Yeah, that's pretty tough. But yeah, Croc is was a relatively cheap deck. It's a little bit more expensive now. Yeah, Lucy, as long as you can get the 7 cost Savos, you're doing pretty okay. And so, chat, looks like we have a new matchup. It is not Jinbei versus Emu, but it's Jinbei versus something. Was that a Pokemon card? Was that Grimmsnarl EX? What was that? Couldn't tell at this angle. But yeah, we are going to get the Jinbei, and he's going to be going up against Ace. So, oh wait, is this the same Ace player? Oh, Chad, this is going to be interesting. I think this is the same Ace player that we watched earlier. So going to be curious how maybe Taxbeard goes in this matchup as well. Yo, what's up, Sumato? How are you? Oh, thank you, Sean. Yeah. Apologies. I am dumb, so... Chad, leave your guesses right now. Do you think Jinbei or Ace is going to win? I feel like Ace could win this matchup. Just simply, again, being a 6,000 power leader that draws a card. And especially with some removal in like Jozu, I think we saw this player maybe not running Atmos in the last game, but definitely Jozu. Like Jozu's probably going to be a problem for you. Can remove like Fisher Tiger off the field, which could be a good attacking threat. Got to pay to play. Yeah, with the Taxbeard. Yeah. But I'm doing good. I'm having a lot of fun in this championship. Very exciting to see. Forfeited my opportunity to play in store championships so that I could bring this one to you all. So I hope you guys enjoy the content. Oh yeah, that's another good point, Treon. If the Jinbei is the 1 cost Jinbei version, or like the 1 cost like Chew, Arlong, what's the other one? Chew, Arlong, and Hachan, then yeah, that's probably going to be really tough for Jinbei. But Warlords probably has a little bit better of a matchup. There are many Jinbeis. Yeah, but I would imagine being a 6K leader is tough for Jinbei. Especially because even if you're running the Warlord version, right, with like cheating out whatchamacallit, the 4 cost OP15 Jinbei that got unbanned, it just makes it difficult more than likely because even though you can spam out characters onto the field, you play out a 5K character in the Jinbei to play out maybe something like a Weevil on the turn, but then Weevil just gets bounced back and you have to play him down again, right? So I think Jozu is going to be a really important card in this matchup for sure. But Jinbei keeping the hand. Looks like where's Dav keeping the hand as well. Jinbei Jinkies. I like that name. Looks like Ace is going to be starting first in this one. Jinbei taking the even curve is going to go ahead, find a Cavendish off of the Garp is going to be a nice card to have maybe on the 5 Dawn turn to be able to play out. But first is going to start out. Ooh, looks like it's more the weenie version right here. So we got a Chew to start out with the on play, drawing one. Now Sengo. Ooh, maybe it's a mix of them both. Actually, because we've got not only Chew being able to draw one card, but Sengoku, right? Being able to find a 7 Warlords of the Sea kind of character. So Sengoku heralded very nicely in stuff like Boa and Dofi in times past. Does find that 6-cost stun Boa, which is such a good card in this format right now, right? Hopefully you own them and passes off the turn. Can swing on your first turn. So now goes into 3 Dawn. Typically no 3 Dawn play, so we'll see if he has more searchers, and he does with this Ezo. Going to be looking at that top 5 for a Whitebeard Pirates kind of card. Maybe the 10-cost New Gates or the 8-cost Events. We'll see if he ever reveals a blocker beard. That would honestly maybe be more surprising, in my opinion, if he was playing blocker beard, considering last time he played 3 tax beards. So taking a good thought on this one. Looks like it is going to be a tax beard. Looks like many tax, more tax beards are going to be hitting the field. I love this. 2 Dawn left as active. Looks like just going to be attaching with lead, trying to whittle down his life. Is going to go ahead and take that 8,000 power swing. No triggers, but building up the hand. Both players not having to worry about Pudding, right? As Pudding has hit the ban list, not able to be utilized. Jinkies putting a bunch of gold limbed on it, looks like, from PRB 01, I believe. Interesting mix of Dawn cards with your Jinbei deck. But goes ahead now, swings in with Chew, attaching 3 Dawn for 5,000. Or no. Chew is a 3,000 power character. That's right. So it is it's a 6,000 power swing at lead, using leader effect to go ahead and get out of the attack, taking the second swing with Jinbei over at life. Now it looks like they have an opportunity on 5 to get rid of the Chew, but is going to go ahead and play the Yamato to draw 2 cards and give a Dawn to your leader. We'll see where he decides to go in with this swing. So looks like it's going to be at the Chew. So you're kind of okay with that, I feel like, as Jinbei, right? Especially when you get into these later turns, maybe it's a little bit harder to swing with the Chew at a 6K leader. So you got the value off of it right now. You didn't have to give up any life or any sort of things in hand. So we'll see him now play that stun Boa to be able to prevent that Yamato from attacking, and then after that on play, you can bottom deck a 1 cost or less on either side of the field. Is going to go with that Ezo. Ezo, always the best option for that bottom decking, just simply because then the ace player won't get the value off the when or on opponent's attack effect. So he's going to go ahead, trash a card from hand to get 2 rested Dawn with that leader effect, swing 7 at lead. Leader effect just getting rid of the Cavendish in the hand. Interesting that we played the Boa now at this turn. So because we played the Boa now we're not going to be able to use it for something like the 10-cost New Gates if they come down onto the field. So good job. I love seeing the tokens for the stuff, and a Boa hits the other side of the field. So both players playing back-to-back Boas between the two is going to be able to stun that Boa, not prevent it to attack and bottom deck the Sengoku. And now the 7,000 power swing is going to 2K, 1K, Crocodile, and another 1K card to get out of that attack. Is going to go into Jinbei's next turn. Cannot attack with their Boa right now. Is definitely going to be a nice response in these pre-Newgate turns for the ace, I feel like. Maybe is thinking about attaching some Dawn to leader to go in with a swing. I feel like 4-cost Jinbei Weevil is so good right now, but I think he's thinking about playing Jozu. Jozu would go ahead and pick up the Boa to be able to bounce the other Boa back into the hand, removing a 6-cost or less character. Definitely an interesting idea, right? Because now you put your opponent in a situation going to 9 Dawn that, like, they're either using the 8-cost event to get a new gate out on the field, or they're playing Boa. So maybe, I don't know. I don't know how I would play that. So is going to use leader effect to get 2 Dawn. Now swing 9,000 power at lead. I think pitching a 2K Trafalgar Law on there for that active A main is going to go ahead, pass off the turn as Ace goes down to 1 life. Especially depending on how this Ace plays it out, right? Using the I am Newgate to get a block. Okay, he does play a blocker, Beard Chat. Do not fret. He does play a blocker, Beard. He is going to go ahead, get rid of that bow that we knew that was in the hand, and now attaching 2 rested Dawn to both leader and character into the Yamato. Is going to go ahead with 8,000 and 8,000 between the two without attaching any other extra Dawn. Oh, but no, is going to go for the Garb. Just go a little bit wider. Now just trying to ask for as many cards as possible. Is going to go with that 5K swing over at lead. Is going to take the 5K when a 6 and an 8 are staring right at him. This is definitely a tough spot. I feel like is going to 2K out of that attack and take the other life. I feel like if we were going to take 2 life, we should have 1K'd out of the Garp swing, but I also don't know his hand. So I'm not 100% sure if there was a better situation for him or not at that point. So now the Jinbei, you probably want to play something like the 8-cost Jinbei now for the turn. Use the 8-cost Jinbei to be able to go in with some swings, draw some cards in hand. It's only the second time that we've seen Ace. It's not that bad. Or wait, is it the third time? No, I think it's the second time. Is going to start off with an 8,000 power swing from the Jozu. 8,000 power, a good number to swing into Ace. Forces 2 cards out of hand. No 7-cost Zoros. I wonder if he's playing 7-cost Zoro. So now after that attack, is going to go ahead with the 2, is going to play Perfume Femur, unblockable, is going to try maybe, if he has a couple different Perfume Femurs in hand, maybe he's just going to go in and try to swing twice with leader to try to get the game. Perfume Femur allowing a 7 Warlords of the Sea character or leader to get unblockable, is going to attach, I believe, 7 Dawn for a 12,000 power swing. Ace still has a pretty hefty hand size, right? So we'll see if he can counter out of it as a 6K leader. He's going to have to give 7,000 power in total to go up to 13, but did take the life, and drawing 1 card is going to pass off the turn. Another draw. It's an interesting situation. I wonder how many bricks he has in hand. You have to assume, because the Jinbei used Perfume Femur so aggressively in that situation, that he may have another one in hand, right? He's just stacking them in the hand right now. Whoops, there's Blocker Beard. He's actually going to play it out on the field. Try to filter out the hand a little bit. He's going to draw 2 and trash 1, more than likely pitching a non-filter or non-counter card in the hand, like that Marco that we saw. And attaching the 2 onto leader and Yamato yet again. I wonder if you swing the other 10-cost Newgate that you have. Or maybe do you leave both Newgates active? You just swing leader and Yamato at this point? Because you put him in a situation of like, okay, if you have another Perfume Femur, I don't know. You just like, you force them to have it. They more than likely have it because they made such an aggressive play. But you still probably ask for them to have it, right? Is going to go ahead, take that 8,000 power swing at lead. Another 8,000 power swing at lead is going to be 2Ks to get out of the attack. Still staying at 1 life. But if you rest the other blocker, you still could lose to a split between the two characters if you don't have a lot of counter in hand. I don't know. I don't know if it's correct to leave the blocker up and just ask for them to have the counter, or ask for them to have another perfume, or if you just hold it to maybe not give them as many cards in hand. If they don't have another perfume femur, you don't give them another draw to get that. But it's just going to go 12 at the Jozu. I guess 12 at the Jozu is fine because now you're only really worried about the 2 Jinbeis potentially. You probably got a fair amount of counter in hand. So moving into Jinbei's next turn, you can perfume femur all in right now, or you could try to buy another turn in this game, but I don't know. I don't know if you have another turn. So is going to go with the perfume femur yet again. Attach the 8 Dawn onto the leader. It is plus 2,000 power on the Jinbei, plus the 8 Dawn would be 15,000 power, and then a leader effect would make it a 17,000 power swing. Because Perfume Femur gives plus 2,000, 17,000 power at lead. We'll see if he does it. He uses leader effect to make Jinbei a 15,000 power leader onto 6. Oh, it's hard to see the cards. I can't see the cards that he's countering with. He's putting a lot of cards down, and it's a lot of 1Ks, I think. And I think ended up getting out of that attack with the counter, moving into his next turn. So, oof. Definitely hurts if you're Jinbei, but with only like 3 cards in hand, 2 blocker beards, 10 full Dawn for the ace, and a lot of swings, I think you just kind of have to go for it in a sense. So not being able to get out of that attack is going to go in for game. Ace winning that one, but I'd love to see the rest of this ace's hand because I think he spurted out a couple 1Ks there at the end. So maybe he didn't have a lot of counter because oh my gosh, he only had like 1K counter left in hand. He was actually so close to claiming that one. Oh man, definitely a close game right there. That was a good one. That was a good game. Ace coming away with the win. Definitely probably an ace favorable matchup, but still exciting to see. Yeah, I know a lot of people ready for Ace to leave the limelight of the format, right? Especially because it's been around since OP13 as a top dog. Yeah, Dev, I mean, his blocker beards, man, he didn't play it that, or his tax beards, he didn't play them that game, but he definitely played that well. I think kind of what the big turning point in that game was using the 6-cost boa to stun the other boa, right? Prevent an attack coming in from the from Jinki's Jinbei on that one turn. Just made it so like there's one less that he has to worry about, and then kind of put him in this situation where he was like, okay, I might as well just Jozu this. I think kind of also Jozuing it was a big deal as well. Removing that attacker in general could have been in a situation to where if he maybe had like another 1-drop searcher or like Arlong or Chu or something, he could have just played it out on the field, drawn 1 card, then immediately used Jozu to pick it back up and keep that boa on the field to be able to attack. And so I don't know if Steven's listening. If we've got the other table, because that round was relatively quick, let me know. Oh, nice. We do have another table that we're going to be showing you guys here in a second. Look at that. It's Emu. So Emu and Nami, this one being a more Sky Island version, right? With that 7-cost Robin. And I see a Wiper on the field. It is going to be an interesting matchup. Chad, do you think Nami or Emu is typically favored in this matchup? So it looks like the empty throne coming in on here. Nami has a pretty healthy hand size. There's a couple extra swings that could happen. Emu still at 1 life. Nami at 2. A lot of potential to heal. 7 cost Robin. So good in this deck, right? To be... Ooh, don't drop your cards. 7 cost Robin, so good, especially if you're running this more Sky Island package, to be able to just play out another body on board and just swarm it down, especially cycling the life 2. Very nice in the blue-yellow Nami deck. On top of that, to just activate the leader effect. It looks like the Emu player, Parker, over here on the left side, does have 19 or more cards in trash, so does have that power boost from the empty throne. It is going to start out with an 8,000 power swing. We'll see exactly where this goes. It looks like it's going at Wiper right now, so going in with a little bit of board control is going to clear that Wiper on the field. You guys think Emu favored typically? I'm not surprised by that. Just counting up the trash, making sure that you do get that plus power. And so now is going 7,000 power at Robin. I believe Robin, being a 7,000 power character, is just going to be a little 1K to get out of it using a Leo 2K. Using leader effect to pitch the Saturn to draw 1 card. Only has about 3 or 4 cards in hand, I think. Is going to go ahead and do the 10-drop 5 Elders loop using that activate main. Resting a Dawn and trashing a card in hand is going to be the Nuzjuro to get the 5 Elders back on the field. He's got 2 swings left now, one with the Nuzjuro and one with the leader. We'll see if he uses leader effect to, or the Mars effect, to get rid of the 5-cost Nami. Is going to go ahead with the never existed to put it in the hand. Nice counter event, 4K counter event for Emu. And so now the Nuzjuro is going to go in at this Robin and minus 2,000 power to make it a 5K character, is going to remove it off the field. Nami losing bodies pretty fast. I don't know why we haven't blocked really with our new gate. Especially now because this 7,000 power swing. Are we going to block? We're not going to block with the new gate? Why? This new gate's just hanging out, unless it's not new gate, and maybe I'm seeing it incorrectly. But with 3 Dawn, because you have 15 or more cards in trash, is going to play that blocker Sabo on the field. Just get 3 blockers in total right now. So now going into Nami's turn, still 1 life left. Emu also sitting at 1 life. We know that that never existed is in the hand. We grabbed it earlier off the Saturn. So that can be used for that 1 Dawn. 3 blockers on the field too right now for Nami. Or, well, against Nami is what I should say. Just a 6,000 power swing over at lead. Is, with only 2 cards in hand, is really trying to ask for one of the blockers or the event, especially because Nami could run the unblockable event, as I talked about earlier. Be hard-pressed to go down to 0, so is going to go never existed for that attack. I feel like you definitely do not want to go down to 0. I think you're okay with going in and losing some of these blockers, like the Warcury right on the next swing. The Sabo. You probably want to prioritize Marcus Mars over Sabo, keeping it on the field, just because it'll be a 7 to attack that bodes well against Nami. Got several cards in hand, but first starts out with the search, will you be my servant? So curious to see what we're looking for right now. Maybe we're looking for like a 7-cost EBO3 Robin to be able to heal a life essentially and also proc our leader. effect to draw one card. I think 7-cost Robin is your ideal target, but goes with the Zeus 2K on that one just to gain a little bit of counter in hand. Can't remove any of these bodies, actually, because Sabo is a 6-cost. Uses the activate main of the girl promo to be able to get that Rest of Dawn on Nami. Now swinging at lead is going to work your block to draw one card, fill the hand back up to 2. Still have 9 Dawn left to work with. Is going to go ahead, tap 4 for a Zoro. So Zoro, you got to pitch 1 card in hand, 2 heal 1. I think pitch a 7-cost Robin there. Off of that is going for a Borsalino and Zoro. So just like that, Nami going back up to 3. Whew. So now this got a little bit harder for Emu. Especially with only 2 cards in hand, maybe he doesn't have another 10 cost to be able to play down onto the field. Oh, he does have another 10 cost in hand. Probably going to need to swing these characters first. Starts out with the 7,000 power lead. Nami taking it, putting it in hand. Leader effect now drawing 1 card off the KO on the Saturn. A 7,000 power now with this Sabo at lead, because Sabo only being a 6K character, you do have to commit 1 Dawn to it in order to force multiple cards in hand. Is going to 2K or leader effect and 1K out of it. You're going to block with Borsalino more than likely either on the Jupiter swing or the Marcus Mars swing, but takes this life. No trigger. Doesn't look like a Thriller Bark version simply because of all the Sky Island cards. Is going to 1K wiper out of that attack. Only about 3 or 4 cards in hand. And is going to go for the empty throne for the 10-cost Elders yet again. Going to be pitching another 10-cost Elders. That's more than likely his 4th 10-cost Elder. And now going out onto the field are the 5. Starts out with the Saturn Search. Looking in that top 5 for a good card. I think I see a Searcher event. Yeah, no counter events in there. Just a Nudge Juro. Nudge Juro could be nice in the next turn, though, as a rush body if you can somehow survive this onslaught coming at you. And so is going to go ahead and KO the Borsalino. That's why I would have liked the Borsalino KO earlier. Especially because now there's 2 swings coming at you. You'll be able to survive the swings right within this turn. The Nezjuro coming in. Is going to go ahead and minus the Nami, but then swing at leader. Is going to go ahead, take the life yet again. Maybe is digging for that unblockable event. And the leader swing better get the new gate block, right? Right? Attaching 1 to leader. Maybe he's thinking about playing another War Curie down onto the field. Is going to be 7,000 power lead, the new gate block. And now with the 4 coming in with a War Curie. Gets all the blockers on field within the last couple turns. Triple blocker happening for this Emu player. And now Nami has some hard stuff to figure out at this point. Can't remove any of these blockers on the board. I believe only 1 card in hand for the Emu. He'll get more cards off of the draw from the War Curies, but no events to be able to utilize. If you had any sort of rush character, like maybe 8-cost Jinbei, that could help you out a ton in this situation. But remember, the Emu, only a 5,000 power leader on the opponent's turn. The empty throne only boosting him on his turn. Looks like it is going to be an 8. What is it? It is Kid. So Kid going to be able to burn a life. This might be a good situation as well, right? It's effectively almost the same thing. You have 4 swings now, and you need all 4 to connect. No countering out, the first one being a block. The Dawn reutilized on the Nami. 7,000 power now with the Zoro is going to block and draw 1 card. 7,000 power with the leader. Does he have 2K, 1K to get out of this attack? If he does, Emu will win, but no, he doesn't. Nami is going to be the winner in that one. The double heal that Nami got off the 4-cost Zoro, off the 5-cost Borsalino, proved so well in that match. If you don't understand how the ending happened, by the way, because he could not counter out of the attack and was forced to block with the Marcus Mars, the 10-cost Nugate would go in and swing, claiming the win. So just skipping some steps, right? Not wasting anybody's time in this tournament. Oh, that was a good ending. That was a good ending. I thought the Nami was really in trouble there. But it turns out Nami was in a great position, right? Especially with all of that healing that they did. Definitely a good one. Definitely a good one. And that's really, well, we didn't see a full game of Emu. And we see Nami once or twice. So we're starting to see a little bit of repeat leaders, but especially when you get to the top tables. And this being, wait, was this round 5? The Emu won that match specifically, Purple Cow. The Emu won that match, or I'm sorry, the Nami won that match. I'm sorry. Nami won that match. Nami, final answer, Your Honor. I was reading Emu, and so I accidentally said that. Nami won. I promise, chat. Nami ended up winning that game. And that's why, chat, you never give up on a bad matchup. Because sometimes it can work out in your favor. Now, we didn't see the early stages in that game, so we don't know if maybe in the early stages things could have been a little bit different. But, nah, Fear the Bomber. I think they already did that with the Quasar ban. I think Yellow's fine. Yellow's pretty beatable at this point in the game, in my opinion. Especially when your best decks are either purple or red-blue. Yellow's already been nerfed. Try again. Whoo! So we should be coming up. I feel like, was that round 4 or round 5, chat? I don't know. I thought it was round 4, but then the marker said round 5. So just swing more, Naruto Lava. Just swing more. There's plenty of decks that can beat Yellow right now. Yellow is not nearly as dominant of a color now that Quasar, the Quasar Borsalino pair ban has happened. I've actually really enjoyed I mean, I think it had to have happened, but I think it's been pretty good. I've enjoyed this format. Ooh, okay, so we're going into the last round now. One more round of Swiss, and then we have a deck check that happens on their chat. Got the official word from production. Thank you so much as well to Lonestar Pack Breaks for letting me stream this store regional on the channel. It's been a ton of fun so far, and we've got a ton more here for you today. We've got 6 rounds of Swiss and then a top cut, so that's going to be the format today. So we're about to head into our final round. I think that the heals, like healing that many times is fine so long as there's like finite, right? Because like when you do that sequence that the Nami did, that's a 3-card combo that you have to do, but you also kind of draw cards off of that. With the Quasar, it's a lot different because just a simple trigger is automatically 3 extra attacks that you can take, where it's a little bit different. It's a little more costly for no cards in your hand, actually, that you eat those 3 attacks. Whereas now, at least, if you do that same amount of heals, essentially, there is a cost associated to that with your hand. Fear the Bomber, I want you to think of a time that I've ever played a yellow deck seriously. I do not play yellow. And I think yellow in this format is fine. We need another, yeah, you know what? We need another yellow mono yellow straw hat leader. That's what we really need. That's what we really need. We don't have enough of those. They should emergency print a mono yellow Luffy leader in OP16. That's what we really need in the game. That's what we really need. We don't have enough of those. We don't have enough of those. Disagree, Naruto lover. Disagree. I think it's just an interesting playstyle that is vastly different than the other colors. But to each their own. Yeah, only green players think freezing is okay. With the electrical Lunas, I know you're strong, so I'll go up from the very start with 5-cost carrot, right? Freezing all the bodies on the turn is okay, but only blue players think that Ace drawing so much every single turn is okay, but only purple players drawing or only purple players like Enel, right, being able to play a 6-cost 10,000 power body that can't be removed from the game is okay. Like it's just is what it is. Yeah, the ban, I think the ban was a pretty good call. I mean, I think that they should have done the emergency ban at the beginning, right, when they banned pudding, because I think it was very obvious, as I said in like my videos and stuff. I think that the ban, the pair ban needed to happen during that time, and I think it was obvious. So I'm not fully understanding why the emergency ban needed to happen unless they're in a situation where like they say that a ban is happening and then they already have that idea of what the ban is going to be and they can't deviate away from that. Hence why they did like the emergency thing. Calgara is a cool deck. I played against a Calgara on Thursday. As Crocodile won, but yeah, I think Calgara is like a really cool deck. I like the idea of like the hyper aggression that it has, especially playing all those bodies and that yellow secret rare Luffy, that 5-cost Chad. Oh my god, that card is so good. Yeah, the pair ban had to happen. The pair ban had to happen, and I totally agree with it. And I would agree in that moment specifically, yellow was a problem, right? Yellow was a problem in that specific format. Now, after the ban, I think yellow's fine. I think yellow's fine. And I don't play yellow. If they wish to bear ban Quasar from all leaders except Vegapunk instead of just pair banning Borsa and Quasar. Well, here's the thing, Frozen Archer, is like, I'm almost in the sentiment of like, and I haven't like really thought about it since I made my ban list video. Like, I kind of wish they just locked one of the 2 cards into only egghead kind of leaders. But then, because I think that although mono yellow starter deck 29 Luffy is a good deck, although Vegapunk would be able to abuse the Quasar Borsalino, OP13 Bonnie be able to use the Quasar Borsalino, I don't know if the decks would have been propelled to a high enough level that they would have like overtaken the game, right? So I kind of wish that they would have just locked it to Egghead, that combination of cards, or maybe one of those 2 cards like Quasar to only Egghead decks. But I'm not unhappy with this ban. I hate that Vegapunk got the stray of like a card that is designed to be in Vegapunk, you know, Borsalino and Quasar. Now you can't play both of them at the same time. That feels kind of bad, but I'm pretty happy with this ban list. Pretty happy with it, I'll say. I just wish that they would have done it when the when pudding got announced as banned. That's all for me. Yeah. So chat, it looks like round 6 getting set up right now. Ooh, look at that. We do have round 6 right here. Players at the table. Not sure what they're playing. But we'll figure it out here soon. I do find it interesting, though, that Vegapunk is probably like one of the only leaders that would actually rather play Quasar over Borsalino. And I don't know if other decks would probably want to do that. I think they're very far and few in between. And I think that's by design, in a sense. But I don't know, maybe because like Borsalino didn't fix the deck's problem where it's a like beginning of the game glass cannon kind of deck, like beat you as fast as possible, hyper aggro, but the Kata Big Bomb pair ban and Blue Purple Luffy, that ban could have just been you can't run both of them. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that one's a little bit different. That one's a little bit different. I'd have to go back and see what their reasoning was on those cards specifically. I don't remember it off the top of my head, so I don't want to misspeak on what it is. But like because both of those cards are, it's not necessarily like a pair ban like Quasar and Borsalino. It's a pair ban of like you just outright can't play either of these cards within the deck. Because like Katakuri could be abused off of the Sanji, which I think was a lot of players' issues. But then Linlin, I think, was the biggest issue. But I think Linlin definitely needed to go from the deck. But no, do not bring back Reject. No. I stand by that card should just stay gone. But I think the whatchamacallit, I think Katakuri could have come back if they wanted to unban it or unpair ban it for Blue Purple Luffy. Because I think even though after rotation, UP Luffy lost Dracula Mihawk, right? There's a lot of situations where you just play ACOS Roger, right? So I don't know. I mean, you could have just replaced Katakuri with 8-cost Roger and it probably would have been pretty good. I don't know how good, but could have been like a nice point because UP Luffy is kind of like obsolete at this point. It's definitely falling off the map. Ooh, looks like we're going to have a black-yellow Gecko chat, and this is table 1, so both players more than like, I think guaranteed pretty much within top cut. I guess it depends on their resistances. No, I think all of the X1s will make it in, and then like there's 1 or 2 X2s that bubble in for a 64-player tournament, 6-round Swiss top 8 cut. So I think both players locked in, but since One Piece does not have IDs, intentional draws, you got to play it out. And especially for seeding purposes, this is also pretty important. So we'll see. It looks like it's going to be Gecko versus Nami. So chat, who do you think wins this one? Let me know. Do you think Gecko is going to win or Nami is going to win? No, Purple Enel should not get a reject card. That would actually be horrible. That would be horrible. Enel's already aggressive enough. We don't need it to be more aggressive. You know what? Just give Enel unblockable as well. Enel should get unblockable. Enel should get draw 5 cards on play effects. Nami clears. I believe that. Especially because Gecko has a lot like of their mid-range stuff, like the Thriller Bark mid-range things being like 5,000 power, 6,000 power, stuff like that. I could see that as becoming a 7K leader could be difficult. Enel has unblockable. The deck just doesn't play the card. We'll give him a better card. Give him a zero cost event that makes an Enel unblockable. Just kidding. Don't do that. I am being satire right now. We don't need to give Enel any more cards. So it looks like both players got their starting hands as for life leaders. And it looks like the Gecko going first. He just showed us the hand. He flashed it. Did have a one-drop hogback to utilize. Is going to start out, though, with a Lilith. So probably going to be a Lilith and also a hogback angle. Does have the Hino Bird Zap in this list. So Hino Bird Zap, definitely inspiration from Abster more than likely, I believe. Is going to go ahead with that hogback, mill the top 5 cards of their deck. Yeah, you know what? Give the 6 cost an L rush. So is going to get a 9 cost Boa, 4 cost hogback, both yellow and black. So a couple different targets for any triggers that he may have. For the 2 is going to get that promo Nami on the field. We've seen Nami's running this all day. Pitching a Zoro off of that. And now swinging 7 at lead, taking the life, does not want to give up multiple cards. Is thinking about a trigger. Remember, you have to decide a trigger or not. And is going to do it. Is going to go ahead and play a 6,000 power character or less with trigger on the field in that hogback. And then Nami using your leader effect to draw a card. I don't mind that. But now that you have 2 of them in there, you must have another one in hand. Right? I mean, you love having attacking bodies right now. Is going to go 3 for a Hino Bird Zap to be able to KO that promo card. Hino Bird Zap, right? KOing a character with a cost equal to or less than your life. So plenty of life with that promo girl. Since Nami's still at 4. See what he does now for the rest of this. Not playing a body on field. So may just utilize a 5,000 power swing to try to go in with leader effect. I would have almost loved, unless you have more 1-drops to play, I would have almost loved using leader effect to KO the hogback to plus power on your leader. And also, or actually, no. Ooh, maybe I like this more. Going in using leader effect on the hogback to then play the hogback, put 2 cards back into your deck, and then grab a Thriller Bar character from the trash. Actually, don't mind this play. So actually going to put Hino Bird Zap and also the Boa. Does that hogback have to specify that you have to put back Thriller Bark? Oh, no, it's any 2 cards. That's right. And so now still has 2 Dawn left. Could play like a 1-drop, like a hogback or another Searcher or maybe a Sindri. But no, goes in with an 8,000 power swing at lead. Is going to try to command 1 card. No, he played the yellow. Wait a minute. Ooh, actually, yes. Oh, hey, Steven. He cannot play that hogback from the trash. The hogback on KO effect specifies a trigger character card. So that hogback cannot be played. He would have had to choose a different card if he wanted to do that. Which means that the 2 cards have to come back from the bottom of the deck back into the trash, and then he has to put the card that he grabbed back into the trash. Good catch, chat. Hopefully Steven hears me right now. I'm going to also message. Not being on the floor is a little difficult in this sense. So there's two things wrong with it. One, so he used the on KO effect of the Dr. Hogback to play out the other Dr. Hogback. Dr. Hogback's on KO effect says that a character card with trigger other than Dr. Hogback. So not only did it have a trigger, but it's also named Dr. Hogback, so he can't do that. He has to not only put that card back into the trash, maybe grab a different one, has to get the two bottom cards from his deck to put back into the trash because he couldn't play this 4-cost on the field. Yes, the Hogback that was played on the field from OP06 that's currently there right now. Because that card doesn't have a trigger, he can't play that card on the field. And it's also named Dr. Hogback, so he can't do it. I think they've just relayed it to them, chat. Chat, make sure that when you're playing the game, no matter which one it is, you make sure that you read the cards. Johnson only plays trigger cards? Yeah, I think because this the game kept going, I think it's a little hard to walk back. I mean, because you can walk some things back, right? Because you can get the cards from, you know, that the two cards at the bottom of the deck were put there because of Hogback, so you can get those back, put that back in the trash. But yeah, if you don't remember exactly like what you've countered with, what you know, grabbed from the trash or anything there. Unsleeved Nami is a Gigaflex on table 100%. Yeah, reading the card explains the card, chat. That's why when you enter into a tournament and you play in a higher level tournament, because remember, invites to Bandai Card Fest Nationals are on the line right now. Make sure that you know exactly what your cards do. Because I would imagine that a mistake like this for the game state like this, I don't know. If they can't walk this back and it's an irreversible game state, it would be a game loss. In my opinion, I'm not a judge. I'm not judge qualified, so I don't know if that's exactly how it would go. But they'd have to walk this back all the way. Well, I think it's one of those things, guy, man, where like typically you're not doing that play specifically. Typically it would be like, you're not doing that play very often at all because it is your probably like one of your lowest ones to play. So yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, chat. As soon as I know what the official rulings are, we'll tell you. I think we're going to go to a be right back as the judges kind of sort it out. Because this is a hard one to go back on. Thank you all so much for being here and hanging out with us, chat. I appreciate everybody's support on this. I know, especially when you do these kinds of championships and stuff, and you know you have a judging staff where they're trying to make sure everybody is maintaining, stay like that. Sometimes this happens on the stream games. You know, mistakes happen, things happen. It's all good. I mean, you have to obviously adhere to the consequences of those actions, right? And you need to make sure that you don't make those mistakes. But especially because a lot of these people are locals, they probably, a lot of them know each other, stuff like that. I know, like if I did this thing, here's the thing, Chad. If I was this person, I would be so embarrassed right now. Like I'd be so upset at myself too. I'm sure he's like beating himself up on this of like, dang, I can't believe I just did that, or you know, I did such a thing, because like I've been there. I have been there where I have done something wrong within a game, and now the board state is irreversible. It happens when you play card games, right? Especially physical card games where nothing is automated. It happens. We see it at the highest levels of competition, and we see it at the very beginning stages of someone playing the game. It happens. Yeah, and Moria is like a really cool deck, and especially maybe because I would assume, looking at some of the pieces of this list, that this is the Abster list. Yeah, and especially like when you're on stream too, like I'm not gonna gang up on him and say that he's like an intentional hardcore cheater, but a lot of times chat will, and especially when you know that people are watching, because we got a couple hundred people watching the stream today. It does not feel good, especially when you know that this is out there. So yeah, just getting from the judging staff, they're trying to figure out. I think maybe also they're trying to watch the VOD. Yeah, like it's one of those things, like if you're not 100% familiar with the deck and maybe you're just running a super hot day, you could accidentally use leader effect, right, to pop Kiku Nojo and heal one, even though that's not how that's supposed to happen, right? There's a lot of mistakes. Yeah, you can only KO Thriller Bar characters, but like, yeah, I think he forgot to stop the clock. But what I will do is I will look in the VOD for them to see where clock maybe needs to be stopped. I'll help them out a little bit in this chat. But yeah, and it's one of those things too that like once you make one mistake, then you start making more mistakes and stuff like that. So it's not an easy feeling. Let's see. So when the infraction happened, at 27:03 on the clock. So I don't know how much time they would give back if they were to continue this game. But I'm going to message them as well. The infraction happened at 27:03 on the clock. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just Abster's list. Yeah, there's two reasons why it should not have happened, you know. Yeah, and that's the thing, James. This could be a learning experience. Like I have definitely brought a new deck into the tournament. I think they're not gonna play this game out. Yeah, I think it's game loss, which I can understand. If you can't walk it back, that's just what has to happen, right? If you make an irreversible game state, that's just what it is, because the game went so far. But I've definitely done like a play testing session where I go ahead and I have this like card in the deck. Like when I was first thinking about playing blue-green Rosinante, I played one cost Perona in the deck in my testing before I brought it in like tournaments and stuff. But I did not remember that Perona, you have to have a slash leader. Yeah, we all got to learn. We all got to learn. So I don't know if Steven is still in here, but Steven, if you want to move it to the other stream table, because we do have 2 stream tables prepared every single round. Maybe we can catch a bit of that game, watch that one. Yeah, and especially if he's undefeated and he makes an in cut, you know what? It's not the end of the world. If I don't know if he's DQ'd or just a game loss. But if it's just a game loss, you still make cut more than likely. You can bounce back, just forget about it. Remember the ruling, right? And remember that you can't do that and just try to like reset your mentality. Yeah, I'm sure he's mad at himself. I would be too. Ooh, actually, we don't have a second game. So if you want to throw it back to me, we can talk with chat, or if you want to go ahead, take a break real quick before we get into Top Cut. Steven, let me know as well if there's going to be a break before Top Cut, because I believe it's going to be top 8 in this. Couldn't he just put the 2K back, swap a card for a 5K in trash, and call it a day? I mean, it depends, Fear the Bomber, because like, okay, so you could walk a bit back, right? Because we know what are the things that we know. We know that the hogback shouldn't be on the field. The 4-cost hogback is KO'd, and the 2 cards at the bottom of the deck, which was Hino Bird Zap and the 9-cost Boa, that should go back into the trash. And the card that he grabbed, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but the card that he grabbed should also go back in the trash, right? Because you couldn't play the black 4-cost hogback. And so at that point, the game state is correct. I think he also had 1 life, because I think on the Nami's turn, he ended up taking a life. So if you remember what that life is, you got to put that life back. If you drew any extra cards on the turn, you need to do that. You need to put those back on the top of the deck. But then it just really becomes like I mean, if you're not like 100% sure, if you have a little bit of doubt, it's tough. And then you also have to walk the Nami's game state back as well on top of that. So Nami countering out with leader effect, taking life. I think if it were to happen on, like, if the Gecko player had passed and then it went to Nami's turn, and in the middle of Nami's turn, we would have gotten a hold of the judges to say, like, hey, we need to pause the game right now. We need to reverse some things. I think that the game state could have been a little bit more fixable, but like, I think we had gone back like into the Gecko's turn or something. Like, I think just too many actions happened for the players to be able to reverse it. So I think it's just what has to happen, you know? Yeah, if he didn't have anything to play off the hogback anyway, he was going to be at a bad spot. So it's like, yeah. 2 cards drawn for a turn plus 5 cost Nami took the life. Yeah, it's just like, because at the point between the 2 players, here's another thing too, as like the judging staff. There's a point to where, like, when the game goes long enough and both players are drawing cards, whether that's life or different effects or something like that, there's a trust that you have to have between the 2 players of like, okay, let's say like for the life, for example, like he took a life. If he puts the life back, was that actually the life that he took? That's the thing. And so when you have like unknowns like that, especially when it comes to taking life or drawing cards without revealing certain things, it's really hard to walk back. Yeah, before the Nami played the 5 cost, it was fixable. Because even if you've known that person the long time, right, there could be something within the judge rules to say that once life is taken or whatever, no matter if you know the player since day 1 of birth, right, since first grade, even if you've known that player for a long time, you know they never cheat, yada, yada, yada. Maybe just like in the rule books, it says, okay, as soon as a player like takes life or something like that, and there's no trigger, the game state is just broken, like beyond repair. I don't know, because I'm not a judge. I can't say for sure, especially in One Piece, on like how to properly walk back the game in different situations. But yeah, it's unfortunate that game had to come out to that part, but that's that's kind of just what happens sometimes, you know. I mean, the judging staff has worked very, very hard. Anytime that we've needed them, they have come onto and tried to help the situation, reverse things like that. So yeah, it's also one of those things too that when you take life, like your decision tree is a little bit different. Like if you have to put back a card in life, maybe you counter a little bit differently after you walk it back, or maybe you take life a little bit more willingly, or you counter certain cards because you know that's going to be a trigger because you just inherently know that because you had to put it back. So it's like, it's not only, especially because the life was taken, I think that's the biggest thing. The decision tree is just way different. So that's what it is. Hopefully, chat, hopefully top cut, much cleaner. That would be a big hope. Because it happens. I'm going to there we go. No, you're good, Steven. You're good, Steven. Okay. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's because we just switched like we switched too many times. We just switched too many times. And that's just what it is. But Chad, thank you so much for being here, hanging out with us, despite maybe a little bit of bumps in the road, which happens within tournaments. Appreciate everybody sticking around, hanging out. We still have top 8 cut that'll be happening soon within this tournament. So I hope you're excited for cut. I'm excited for cut. Right. Yeah, I think or no top cut. So that is it for the tournament then? No top cut, actually. I'm being told. I thought Store Championships had top cut. Maybe I'm crazy. Oh, I see. Okay, Steven. So is that the end then? Oh, okay. So that is actually going to be the end of the tournament. So that decided. So Blue Yellow Nami was the winner of this championship then. If that was the final round, Chad, and we were just watching the finals, apologies, I had a misunderstanding. I thought there was top cut. That's on me. I'll take that. I'll take that blame. I thought there was top cut within this tournament. So since there's not top cut, that's going to be it for the stream. No, it happens, Steven. It happens. No worries. Chad, before you go, first of all, once again, thank you so much for joining me. Apologies for this crazy ending in this one. Apologies for the absolutely crazy ending. If you want to watch more, chat, if you want to watch more, because we do have some stuff going on, I do have a YouTube video that I posted earlier today, so I'd appreciate it if you go check it out, help the views on that one, help, support the channel a little bit. I know it's not the best ending of the stream, but unfortunately, that's just how it is. It happens in some tournaments. I have seen a tournament end, even in Top Cut in the championship finals. I've seen a tournament end this way, and it never feels good. It never is good, but it is how it is. Thank you so much again to Lonestar Pack Breaks for joining me within this championship, right, and letting me host this. I love the fact that I was able to do this, especially because Lonestar is over in Texas, their store, and I am out here in Las Vegas. So I'm super gracious that they reached out to me. They said, hey, we want you to commentate our store championship if you're up for it. And I said, heck yeah. I'm going to do it. So appreciate that and hope that they want to do more in the future if they get more store championships. I really appreciate it. Tomorrow, chat, as well, we do have another store championship live stream that is going to be happening here on the channel. So do not make sure that you miss that one. I appreciate it. And if you're on Twitch, make sure to go follow Lonestar Pack Breaks for more content that they've had more. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm Atrocious TCG or Jake. I appreciate everybody being here through the thick and thin, and we'll see you in the next tournament. Thank you guys so much for watching.